good morning or afternoon, whatever time it is. For me, it's the afternoon. It's 4 right now. It's about 4:30. I am starting earlier. Originally, I was going to start at 6 today. I had planned on trying to start a little bit earlier, but I was cleaning house, which honestly needed to be done. It still needs to be done. It's still messy in here. I should still clean. But I'm way behind on this game. So my goal is one of two things today. It's going to be a 9-hour stream, or we're going to get to the end of Seiya's route. Whichever one happens first is the deciding factor. If we finish Seiya's route and it hasn't been 9 hours, we're going to say goodbye. If it's been 9 hours and we're still in the middle of Seiya's route, then we are going to continue playing. We're going to end the stream then, and we're going to continue playing Seiya's route on the next stream. I'm all awake, I swear. It's not like I haven't had 3 cans of soda pop and got a coffee before I started my stream. Which I kept in the fridge because I wanted to drink it during the stream. Also, I'm sure you guys might have noticed if you're watching recently, I have taken my fake nails off. These are my normal nails. They are fragile. Fragile and so fragile. They're cracking and breaking. I might put some fake press-ons on temporarily. We're just taking a break from getting our nails done. It's expensive. It's an expensive hobby, and I do love how they look, but we're trying to plan a vacation. We're trying to plan a vacation for next year, and it would make a lot more sense to not spend $200 a month on nails. So, because that money can go to from nails to our trip, and that would be $2,000. So we're gonna take a break. So we're gonna get some gel nail polish, but right now we're currently in the process of just letting our nails heal because they've had fake nails on for so long. My sister has done a lot of research on our behest. This is nail oil that now lives on my desk. I also have EOS lotion on my desk, which honestly, it's actually what I use already. In fact, I think this might just be because our bottle was running low. When I take a shower, I put it on my arms because I have tattoos, and honestly, it makes my skin feel really nice, so using it just for my hands makes perfect sense. So if my nails don't look cute for a little bit, it's just because they're at this really awkward stage where they're half grown out. Also, so during my little break, my nail, I had a break. It wasn't an intentional break. Everyone knows this. I just got sick, and if I'm sick and I'm coughing, it's not going to work for me. I can't talk that long. But my pinky nail was starting to hurt, like really bad. And so my sister helped me take that nail off, and she said there was a gash on my actual nail. And since then, viewer, look away if you don't want to see this. The pinky has actually like broken in half. See that? Can you kind of see it? It kind of focused on it for like a split second. Cover my eyes. Maybe we'll do it then. But it basically tore where that gash had been. And so my nail still hurts. It doesn't hurt like it did before. If I touched anything like this, just doing this, barely touching my other hand, sent a jolt of pain down my body. So I'm hoping that grows out okay. It was a whole thing. Which is another reason why I was like, let's just take a break. Let's give my nails a chance to breathe without fake nails on it. But I might put fake nails on top, like the ones that use like the cheap glue, just so they have some protection on top of them, because they hurt. They be hurting. But we are back. We're playing 9 at R.I.P. We officially have gotten into Seiya's route, which is our goal that I had last night when I was streaming in the middle of the night. And so tomorrow, I'm going to stream in the morning. I'm going to make sure I'm right about that. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I said I was going to. But I'm going to do Verche. So tomorrow's going to be Verche. I'm not going to stay for long, but I'm here to say I was freaking out having that bitch possess our body. I was pissed. I'm excited for you to see a lot of my personal favorite CGs of Seiya. I will watch the VOD later. Have fun. Oh, thank you, Asia. I'm glad you're here for a minute. Yeah, oh my god, I'm so mad. Like, they can make really good villains. I don't know why it's kind of a consistent thing lately where the villain is extremely bubbly to an annoying degree. I would say that the hot is a good example of an extremely bubbly character that motives match their means in a way. Does that make sense? Hers suck. You can make a bad guy that is entertaining. She was not entertaining. She was annoying. And so I'm mad that she's back. I'm kind of annoyed by it, honestly. To be real with y'all, I wasn't a fan. It's funny because her voice is already turned down. I'm trying to change the time because I kept talking. All right, in the darkness, here we are. I turned her voice off, by the way. I didn't turn it down. Hers is halfway, and I found that out yesterday when I was like, man, she sounds quiet. It was because she's halfway down. I felt like I was awake, but even with my eyes open, it was completely dark. What's going on? Was there nothing to see? Or was I in total darkness? I panicked. Panic and uncertainty ran through my veins. This place, it feels suffocating. How did I get here? What could have happened? Silently in the deep, eternal darkness, I started to sift through my memories. Go on, girl, you got this. Ooh, before I forget, there's another Atomi announcement. Oh, really? What's it called? Is it good? Actually, I have something I need to send you in a message to ask you your thoughts on. Jazz hands. Also, it said my thing got approved. So for those watching on YouTube, if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, I recently hit partner on YouTube, and I thought I could make tiers that were super, super cute and themed to each of the guys. Apparently that's not how that kind of works. It does work, and I did do it. There are 4 tiers. Each tier is dedicated to one of the 4 mascots. However, the badge you get is the same no matter what tier you're in, which I thought would be really cute if they were different. Arcana Famiglia on Switch and Steam. Also, there is an English localization too. It's coming out. Okay, but is it like Magica? It sounds Magica to me. But anyways, all of the names for the subs. Oh, it looks cute. All of the names for the tiers on YouTube are French desserts, and I did that intentionally because so much of the Atome world is French words, and I thought that was funnier. Wait, who are these children? So it's an anime that's going to be turned into a Atome game? Is that what I'm understanding, or am I finding something wrong when I search this? Okay, okay. I like the blonde. He's kind of cute. It's a game and an anime. Okay, okay. Interesting. You got me. Well, I'll check that out. The eye patch guy is my favorite. Oh, did that pop it up on my screen? Screen 2 on. Can you see my screen? Did that do that? Okay, no, it was just the lighting went dark. I was like, I didn't mean to show you my screen I was looking at. Oh god, what was I looking at prior? And by looking at prior, I mean I have my home address stuff sometimes popping up on there. All right. Like food. I love food. Maybe I want to know how far food is away from here. And the interesting. We just did our year-end review of the new year. Don't do this to me, Atome. I'm so behind. I'm trying to finish 9 R.I.P. and Verge just so I can start PO40. And guess what comes out at the end of this month? Genso Menage. I don't have time. I saw anime. I saw that the kind of mafia, I think. Ooh, mafia. Okay. I don't know what that's a vibe for Atome, but I've seen a lot of good ones. In an instant, terrifying memories flooded my consciousness. We're gonna be kidnapped again, aren't we? Oh, man. See how quiet she is? That's because she's half sound. Did I get possessed by Reika? A shiver coursed through my entire body. Also, why couldn't he get his own bad girl? Like, I like when the games give everyone kind of like their own phenenemy. Seiya had Yui for a minute. We visited the people back at the place. There's power too. MC's got a special ability. Like, can she see strings? Is she actually death itself? What kind of powers? I mean, the magic, the Magilia makes me think, Arcana makes me think of magic. You got me. I want an Otome game where I can freely wander around. I want to walk around some days. I want Final Fantasy VIII, but an Otome game. I want to be going to school and classes while driving around a giant ship that's actually my school, fighting my best friend who turned to my enemy because he joined the bad guys and gave me a scar on my face. I can be a guy or a girl in this situation, by the way. I'm fine with either. Hi, Nyx! Listen. My body's been taken over. I'm trapped inside my own consciousness or unconsciousness. Am I right? High five. Let me out! Let me out of here! Oh, you're awake already. That voice. It's unmistakably Reika's voice. Reika, let me out! No way! You'll just have to sit tight and watch. She's so quiet I can't tell if she's talking, by the way. How could this be? My strength faded and I sank into the ground, noticing something like a wall behind me. I touched the wall and looked around, realizing I was in some kind of cramped space. That tightness I felt before, was it because I'd been locked in here? See, this is why I want more emoticons. We're talking about making new emoticons because, to be clear, we made emoticons before I was allowed to have emoticons, so we didn't actually know how the emoticons were going to look. And so they're kind of awkward looking, and then I made all of Bunny's emoticons after realizing I had more slots, and Bunny's emoticons are based off the PNG that I used for thumbnails, that I haven't been using recently, by the way, just because I've been showing just the art lately to see the differences. I don't know. I'm doing some things. We're trying some new stuff out. I instinctively knew I was inside my consciousness, trapped by Reika. But where am I now? Did Reika use the elevator? If only I could figure out what's happening. If she has taken over you, she shouldn't be able to use the elevator because the elevator knows if you're pure or not. This time I'm leaving. Also, I took 30+ screenshots of Seiya. You can tell he is my #1 love interest and my husband's soulmate. I love Seiya. Okay, now I will shut up and leave. Alright, we'll have a lovely day. I'm excited for Seiya's route. I just don't know how I feel about the instantly like ho 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 attitude, which is fine. It's not my least favorite by any means. It's just not my most favorite personality trait. If only I could figure out what's happening. As my thoughts intensified, images began to materialize in my mind. Okay, what I saw was a familiar scene. Is this Nagamika High? Hamahai, the red hues outside reminded me of the time I rode the elevator with Seiya. Why am I seeing this? As soon as I absentmindedly took my hands off the wall, the image suddenly vanished. Ha! When I touched the wall again, the image began to form faintly. I'm able to see using this wall. The images were clear, but I was left with a strange, unsettling feeling. It's like seeing with my own eyes, and it's not from my own perspective. Such a strange sensation. Maybe this is what Reika is seeing right now. Something about this feels right. If so, then I need to keep a close eye on her, figure out what she's up to, and then find a way to get my body back. Fortunately, I could communicate with her. After thinking for a bit, I spoke to her. Reika, I can see what you're seeing. This is Nara Migahama High School, right? I kept my tone casual, showing no resistance. You can see it? Not like that's a problem. Yeah. This is Naramigahama High School. When I took control of your body, the elevator just kind of started moving. I enjoy this concept. You acted like you didn't know, but you actually did, right? Right? You shouldn't try and trick me like that. Like, I shouldn't try to, like, I don't know, possess somebody. She totally saw right through me. She's totally unpredictable and seems to be driven entirely by emotion. Either way, I better stray away from saying anything that could be considered a lie. I'm not exactly good at this type of thing, but Seiya's image popped into my head. Seiya was always relaxed and self-assured. I decided to speak clearly and assertively, emulating his mannerisms. Are you gonna start like flirting with her? That'd really be doing it. Just act like Seiya. When faced with challenges like this one, I refused to back down. I mustered up my confidence and continued my conversation with Reika. Did you have a reason for coming to Narimigahama High School? No, not really. I was thinking of heading into town, but somehow I ended up here at the school. Also, have you seen this place? It basically looks like hell. Well, yeah, whenever a living person uses the elevator, it malfunctions and turns their destination to something like the hidden realm. Calmly, I told her what Seiya had taught me. She caught me lying already, so I figured it was best to act knowledgeable. If I prove useful to her, maybe she won't try and do anything that could hurt me. Jeez. You sure seem to know a lot. Say, maybe you can help me out. I was frustrated because the door wouldn't open and I couldn't get outside. How am I supposed to meet him if I can't get outside? Good, looks like she started to trust me, but who is this guy she keeps talking about? Hiccups, oh gosh. Although I didn't know who she was planning to meet, it was obvious she was thinking of one specific person. So there's someone you want to meet? You know the guy I'm deeply in love with? He's a ghost. He's waiting for his beloved Reika in this world. Is that so? Now that I know that what's Reika's after, I should stall for time. Eventually we'll automatically get sent back to Ho. Or if Seiya can find us, he might be able to rescue me. If I'm just gonna wait for him to rescue me, maybe I should have just stayed quiet. I'm sorry about all this, Seiya. In that case, we act quick and try to find an exit. I'm not sure how to leave either, but last time I was here, I met a really friendly ghost. Hey, after all the crap I put you through, why are you trying to help me? Because once you find your love, you'll set me free, right? I mean, the guy's a ghost. What are you gonna do with my living body? Hear me out. Not terrible planning, but probably not the best. Guess you got some brains after all, and here I thought you were just a ditz. I guess I didn't come off too great the last time we met at the HO. Yeah, that's fine. Once I meet him, I'll release you. Trouble is, we still don't know how to get out. Seems like we'll be stuck together for a while. I wasn't happy about it. I'd rather get rid of her body before we met him. Last time I was at the school with Seiya, I ran into a number of ghosts, but I've only met them once. Hopefully they'll remember me. If they do, I'm sure they'll be able to tell there's something off about me. Then they'll be able to help me. I met a number of ghosts here before. They were all pretty kind. Maybe one of them knows a way for us to get out of here? Really? Great! Where can I find them? Oh goodness. Oh goodness. I feel like this could end badly. If I visit the classroom, I might run into Kata Kata and Mary. They mentioned they'd help me out if I ran into them again. I took a small breath, trying not to reveal my plans, and tried to calm my racing heart. We might find them if we head to the same classroom, though I guess Meri Meri's not really a school ghost, more like an urban legend. Oh, you've actually met ghosts from this town's urban legends? Yes, right here actually. In one of the school's classroom I met Meri Meri. All the rumors about him are a little creepy, but he's actually very suddenly a chill ran through me. What's this? He was nice, huh? Yeah, he gave me some advice. I felt as if a strange darkness was surrounding me, consuming me and choking my words. He gave advice, huh? What else? Reika. This hand, did it touch him? These eyes, did they see him? Did he smile at you, I wonder? Oh god, she's here too. Yeah. Okay, Reika, you're getting a little far here, man. Did he run his fingers through this hair, pat this head gently? Were you held tightly in his arms? Did he touch somewhere on this body? Did he? Tell me! I couldn't make a sound. Try as I might, not even a gasp escaped me. She's having a great time, honestly. This isn't good. It's all wrong. I was planning to leave this body behind. But instead, I'll just make it mine. It's getting worse. My heart, no, my soul, felt as though it was being smothered. I felt as though I was losing my grip on reality. If it were me, I'd make her crazy with my thoughts. It's kind of the opposite. She's making me die with her thoughts. Stop, don't come in. Hatred, envy, jealousy, dark emotions invaded my heart, pushing and overwhelming my consciousness. I will annoy like I annoy myself. Imagine just being trapped like this and just like singing songs the whole time. Like, I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves, everybody's nerves, everybody's nerves. Just doing this over and over and over. I need to gather everything. Just do like the that's hip hop skit constantly, and that's hip hop. She just really hate it. Just basically every single thing I hold inside because of my brain constantly having conversations. Just hold them, let them flood out. I want to share everything with him. That's why. Okay. You're gonna give it all to me. The ending's called Collector. Nice. The Caloose theme song. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think which. I mean, just Baby Shark. Baby Shark would probably work. I actually don't remember that one. I know the character, the little boy that's like bald. Anyways, I knew that was gonna end badly. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, Gullah Gullah Island. I think I'm the only person in the world who knows Gullah Gullah Island, but hang on. 99 bottles? Ooh, great time. Just playing like I Spy, but like going like, I spy something blue. You're not trying very hard. Come on, something blue. Where is it? It's blue. And then every single time they say something, you say they're wrong. Even if they, just after they start finally agreeing because they're annoyed with you. If Yui's in the nurse's office, she'll definitely sense that something's off. Even though we only spoke briefly, when she sees me here alone, she'll know something's wrong. Something's up. I took a deep breath, careful not to give away my thoughts, and tried to steady my racing heart. The nurse's office. There's a really nice ghost there, very kind. Seems like she knows a lot. Maybe she might... Got it. Nurse's office it is, but I've never been to this school. Can you lead me there? Yes, of course. Left, 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 right, left. As we walked, I explained the way to the nurse's office to Reika. Hold on, what were you, a living person, doing in hell in the first place? That hadn't occurred to me that she might ask me about my situation. I need to think of something fast. I was, spirited away? Unable to come up with a more compelling lie, I simply told her the truth. Oh, the Squid Game with the robot girl. Man. I actually got... So, I collect Monster High dolls. I got the Skeletor version of her. I can't think of her name. She's from Korean textbooks, though, which is also cute. Picture, Dick and Jane. I actually have a book of here. But, like, the Korean version. Unable to come up with a more compelling lie, I told the truth. What? No way! Is that even really a thing? Being spirited away, I mean. You honestly expect me to just believe that? It's true. The ghost we're going to see in the nurse's office knows all about it too. As a living person, I'm actually seeking a way to return to the real world. In that case, why do you think the ghost knows anything about how to get out of here? I mean, she wasn't even smart enough to help you find a way home. Caught off guard by her harsh tone, I struggled to come up with a reply. My situation's pretty unique. Besides, unlike you, I'm still alive, Reika. Boop, boop, boop. Which reminds me, I need to watch the new season of Squid Game. Cause like, what could possibly happen in part 2? And TOP's in there. And like, that's fun. For me at least. I love all the articles that keep coming out. Okay, I'm old. And they're like, there's a Korean rapper in Squid Games. And I'm like, yeah. I know. I have G-Dragon tattooed on my arm. Like, what do you mean? This is news? It should be like, oh my god, look, TOP is in Squid Games. Instead, it's like, did you know? I'm old. I'm so old. Whatever. As long as I can get out, that's really all I care about. After that, you won't be of use to me anymore. If that nurse ghost girl knows a way out, I'll be free to be with the man I love. Isn't that right? I hope so, but I can't say for certain she knows a way out. I know. Even if she doesn't know, I'm not gonna get mad at you. Looks like it works still. I feel like I'm at my limit acting like Seiya. And then just as we were about to reach the nurse's office... Oh, I had... Oh no, what did I do with it? Oh no, what did I do with it? How did I lose it? Okay. I was looking for my chapstick. I know I pulled this out because it had my chapstick in it. I know I used my chapstick. Did I literally not put it back? The whole point of this container is so I put the stuff I use frequently back in it. Oh my gosh, where's my chapstick? Start crying. You're working with a Grand Warder guy, right? Dude's a complete lovesick creep. Word. Takes one to know one. Honestly, that's true. That's not true. He's actually very sweet. Upset by Reika's suggestion that Seiya was a creep, I found myself blurting out a response. Okay. If anyone has if you're anyone's taste, they also have bad taste, Reika, so... I hate using this because it always feels like I didn't put anything on my lips. It could also be empty at this point. At least the guy likes me back. Ah, burn. At least the guy knows my actual name. At least I didn't have to pay the guy to like me. At least I didn't, like, stab him in the stomach and stab myself so that we could die together. Am I right? What? So you like him, huh? You got bad taste in guys. Ugh. I barely stopped myself from blurting out a snotty reply. I've got to stay calm. Oh no, you can be snotty if you want to. I don't think Reika would even notice. Upon entering the nurse's office, we found Yui. She was standing by the window just like before. She turned around and gave me a curious look. Oh, Yui. Oh, so it is you. When the world turned red again, I had a feeling you might be here. So, what are you doing here? Haha, wouldn't you love to know, my friend? Nothing really, just here to chill, you know, pretty worn out after being spirited away. Today's all about taking it easy. Yui tilted her head confused, probably because the words sounded nothing like something I'd actually say. Seiya's not with you today? Nah, he said he was busy and that he'd catch up with me later. Yui furrowed her eyebrows and shot a suspicious gaze. It made sense. After all, there's no way Seiya would send me here alone. Hey, I could really go for some fresh air. You know, like, do you know the way out of here? No, I don't really like going out. I see, but this world sure is strange, isn't it? I wonder if there's a way to go outside. Are you looking to go outside? Sure am, hoping to take a stroll around town. You know, it's been a while. Unfortunately, I don't know of any exits, but maybe if we look around, we might be able to find some way out. I'll take a look on the first floor. Why don't you explore the second floor? Yuppers, thanks! Wonder if Yui's actually going to search. Then I remembered that leaving wasn't possible when I met Kata Kata and Medi Medi here before. They were complaining about being unable to leave. Maybe she doesn't know, or she's just trying to be helpful. But her specifically mentioning the second floor makes me think she's up to something. After leaving the nurse's office, Reika made her way to the central staircase and began descending. This is starting to feel like a wild goose chase, but since the girl's willing to help us, I guess it's worth a shot. So you want to check out the second floor? For now, seems like she's gonna check the first floor, so we might as well check the second. Whether or not Yui was trying to help, her suggestion helped me stall Reika. I just hope nothing bad happens and we can get back to whatever and get back without any more trouble. Whatever. Whatever. Reaching the second floor's peak, I stumbled upon another ghost.
やはりお前だったか。また妙な世界になったから、もしかしてと思っていたんだ。
Ah, so it is you. When the world turned red again, I thought it might be you. Ah, Katakata. That's Katakata. He's a ghost. We met her before and had a little chat together. There's another ghost, Medi Medi. He's an urban legend. Guess he's not here today. As I quickly shared this information with her, Reika's voice took on a new tone. Really? A shiver crept up my spine. Reika? The air felt oddly changed. It was as if the darkness around started to twist, leaving me with a disturbing, uneasy feeling.
どうかしたのか?
Is something wrong? Ah, no, it's nothing. Is Medi with you today?
ああ、今は来ていない。忙しいようでな。
He's not here right now. Seems he's busy with another matter.
何でも危険な女性の霊が現れたと言っていたが。
He said something about a dangerous female spirit showing up. Dangerous?
ああ、俺も全くわからないんだが。
I don't quite understand it myself.
今自分の近くにいると危険かもしれない。しばらくは会いに来ないでくれ、とまで言われてな。
He said it'd be dangerous to be around him and I should keep my distance for now. Just giggles. It wasn't just me. Even Katakata seemed startled by Reika's suddenly shift in demeanor. He wants us to be alone when we meet. Imagine ignoring all those signs. A sense of dread washed over me. I couldn't explain it, but I was sure things were about to get much worse. Reika, what's wrong?
お前、どうしたんだ?
What's going on? Katakata and I spoke to her almost simultaneously.
あいつと、紅葉と何かあったのか?
Did something happen with him, with Koyo? I don't know Koyo. Her uncharacteristically low voice sent a chill down my spine. This wasn't the Reika I'd seen before. What am I supposed to do here? What if I'm killed before our time runs out and we're sent back to hell? Katakata grabbed Reika's
お前
arm.
誰だ? 先日と態度も雰囲気も違いすぎる。
Who are you, really? You seem so different from the other day, both your attitude and your aura.
ええ、別人ですから。
Yes, that's because it's someone else. The voice, it's Seiya! Since I couldn't see myself, I wouldn't know until Reika turned around, but I was sure it was Seiya. He came! A mix of guilt, joy, relief nearly brought tears to my eyes. When Reika finally turned around, I saw Seiya come into my field of view. Just seeing him brought a smile to my face and filled my heart with warmth. Wait, how did you know I was here? Reika seemed desperate to break free from Kodaha's grasp, making my vision shake violently. Despite that, I was able to see as Seiya turned his gaze to
それ
Katakata.
は地獄で裁く予定の罪人なのです。そして私は地獄で死者を裁く者。
She's a sinner marked for judgment in hell, and I am to be her judge.
どういうことだ? 彼女は聖者だろう。
What are you saying? She's alive, not a ghost.
ええ、体は聖者ですが、今はその罪人に取り憑かれているのです。
The body itself may be alive, but the soul it houses is that of a condemned sinner. The girl you knew is possessed. What are you talking about? I'm not possessed. Please, you have to believe me. Save me from this strange man.
あとはこちらで処理をいたしますので、引き渡していただけますか?
I'll take her from here. Please give the girl to me.
一つ、約束してほしい。取り憑かれている彼女に危害が加わらないこと。
Before I do that, promise me one thing. Promise me the girl that the spirit is possessing will remain unharmed. Katakata? Ah, Katakata! Katakata Doki Doki! We had only spoken once, yet he seemed genuinely concerned for me. Seiya appeared taken aback by his concern, hesitating for a moment before he replied.
私にとっても 彼女は大切な人ですから必ず守ると誓いましょう。
She's very important to me as well. Rest assured I'll protect her. Important to him? I couldn't grasp the full meaning of those words, but they stirred something within me. Why would he say that now? Oh my god. Important,
それ
huh?
ならいい。彼女を頼む。
Very well then, please take good care of her. This right here, this is why I turned her voice down, because when she screams, she's way too loud. No, 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 don't do this. And with that, Kata Kata was gone. Then, just as I thought things were calming down, oh, Grand Warder, you really think you've caught me now, don't you? Reika's triumphant laughter filled the air. If you lay a finger on me, your precious, precious girl will suffer the same fate. So, what are you gonna do?
そのような安直な脅しが今さら通用するとでも。
You really think a threat as simple as that would hold any sway with me now? Seiya smiled radiant. Seiya's smile radiant and unusual It's plural. It's not plural, it's past tense. Come on, you got this. Seiya's smile radiated an unusual confidence. I sure hope he has a plan. But as I thought about it, I knew Seiya wouldn't come without a strategy.
これではいかがでしょうか。
How about this then? You tell her, Seiya. Yeah, Seiya, bite her. Oh, as I spoke, I felt a sudden shift in my vision. Is he kissing me? She's like, no! You're not the man I want. Seiya's face drew closer, startling not just Reika but me as well. Huh? Seiya, what are you doing? Ah! Wait! Too close! You're too close! You're creeping me out! Though I could only see an image of him, I felt as though I could feel his breath on me. Trapped within my consciousness, I shouldn't have been able to feel him, and yet, somehow it was as if his warmth was actually reaching through to me.
私はもともとエクソシストではありましたが、霊媒師ではありませんから、霊を体から追い出す正式な方法を知らない。
I was trained as an exorcist, not a medium. I don't know the formal method of expelling a non-demonic spirit out of a body.
お許しください。
Forgive me, Leah? As Seiya's face drew nearer, I could almost predict his next move. Wait, please, why are you doing this? Even though I knew he couldn't hear me, I found myself yelling, desperate to
こ
stop
うす
him.
るほか、この罪人を体から追い出す手段が思い当たらないのです。
What a weird way to exorcise a demon. There's no other option. I can't think of any other way to force the spirit out. Stop it! I haven't had my first kiss with him yet. Your touch will stain
嫌
me.
ならその体から出ていけばいいでしょう。
If you hate it so much, why not leave her body? Nice try, I won't fall for that trick. I'd rather deal with this than leave and be caught. Go on, do it then. Don't say that, just leave, please. Ugh, say I can exorcise any of my demons anytime. Oh, goodness.
では、
In that case... Wait, stop, no! Look, this girl's important to you, right? You love her, right? You kiss her without permission, she'll never forgive you. Besides, I can hear her inside my head. She really doesn't want you to do this. She says you're gross. I never said that. Don't make things
嫌
up.
われるのは覚悟の上です。
My god. Very well, if that's what it takes. Huh?
好きだからこそ何をしてでも何と思う
Oh my, a confession. Wait, we're only on chapter 6, man. We've got 3 more of these. What's happening? I love her. I'll do whatever it takes to protect her, no matter what the cost. Did you love Yui? My heart thudded loudly and I felt my cheeks warm. I knew that pounding in my chest wasn't from an anticipation of his kiss. It was from the sheer joy of his words. Still, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. Leah, please close your eyes. Hearing Seiya express his concern for me, I shook my head, denying any discomfort. Uncomfortable, I couldn't possibly feel that way. Nah! With my hand still pressed against the wall, I continued to watch the scene unfold. Then, just as our lips were about to meet, is he gonna eat us? As the tension in my body vanished, a gentle pressure suddenly brushed my lips. A kiss from the dad. His lips were filled with compassion and a cool tenderness. I wanted to etch this moment in my memory. It was likely the first and last time it would happen. I'm so drawn to Seiya. The moment I realized these feelings, I felt as though I'd been cast into hell all over again. I don't want to fall for someone from another world. Oh my goodness. Then almost instantly a loud explosion rang into my ears. As Seiya pulled away, he sprinted down the corridor, left the girl hanging. I followed him into the hallway and then, wait, I'm in control of my body, my limbs! Turning back around, I saw Reika's frame fading away into the nothingness. Please don't pull a Zafora. Ah, Zafora. Oh, God. I don't think anybody can pull a Zafora the way Zafora pulled a Zafora. Oh, my God. I don't want to disappear. With those faint words, Reika vanished into nothingness. No way. Seiya, what happened to Reika? Seiya turned and began examining the spot where Reika had faded before finally facing me again.
魂の消滅、無になったのです。
Her soul has dissipated, turned into nothing. Where'd she go?
行き先などありません。どこからも消えたのですから。
She didn't go anywhere. She ceased to exist, vanished completely. I never liked her, and I had hoped that she'd be caught eventually, but she's really totally gone. Filled with shock, all I could do was stand there.
ミスミレイカはそれほどのことをしたのです。あのまま彼女を野放しにしていれば、他の幽霊に被害が及んだでしょう。
Ah, my eyeball. Misurumi Reika has done more than enough to earn this outcome. Had we not intervened, she could have posed a threat to other spirits. She was that dangerous. Bro, she literally possessed you. Like, what? My words were aimed at Seiya, but they were also an attempt to reassure myself. Without coming to terms with what had just happened, moving forward seemed impossible.
時間が過ぎるまで、もうしばらくこの学校にいなければなりません。
We should remain in the school a bit longer, then we'll be sent back. Unable to meet Seiya's eyes, I merely nodded, my eyes cast downwards.
場所を変えましょうか。
Shall we go somewhere else? Like the cafeteria, perhaps? Or the library? Or just a classroom? Yes. Library it is. Silently trailing Seiya, I soon realized we were in the library. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you and everyone at the HO. Words failed me after that. Having received so much help from Seiya, the thoughts of causing him more trouble, I felt a deep sense of embarrassment and regret, unable to look him in the eye.
謝るのは私の方です。
I'm the one who should be apologizing. His voice was filled with remorse.
HO にいれば安全だと慢心して。
Why did the HO struggle to capture her? Nobody's good at their job. Probably. I became complacent thinking you'd be safe in the HO. I left you on your own
危険
and
な状況にさらしてしまい
I'm sorry for putting you in danger like that. Yeah, you best be. Apologize. Apologize better. Hang on, sorry. I thought I had a new message, but I don't know if I did. Oh, there's a global challenge. I'm also usually never home on a Friday. Is it Friday? But my new job has different schedules, so I'm like off on a Friday, which is unheard of. This is unheard of, guys. It was clear from the way he spoke that he was putting all the blame on himself. Seiya's expression contorted into one I'd never seen from him before. Seiya's done nothing wrong. I got the Christmas card. Thank you again. Yay, I'm glad you got it. I was really excited to make them. I thought they turned out really, really cute. Like, hopefully we can do it again this year. I'm thinking of doing it instead of Christmas because Halloween's my favorite holiday, a Halloween card. Because I still want to do, like, we have the ending now starting soon screens with the portal in the background. I want it to be Psycho. I don't want it to be Bunny, I want it to be Psycho. Psycho's on the other side of that portal. I want Psycho to be on the card for Halloween. Because Halloween is my favorite holiday. I couldn't bear to see him like this, so I decided to take his hand, touch him, touch the man. He likes that. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure. A little bit psycho, just a little bit psycho. There was this bunny that used to be really popular in my youth. I don't know if he was called Funny, Happy Bunny. But they had socks for a while that were called Cupid Psycho, and I had those socks because it's a bunny, which is my nickname, by the way. So it made perfect sense. Let's take his hand. Say it like that. I'm curious how his bad ending's gonna go. His bad ending is the ending where the affection's the highest, in my opinion. Grab him by the collar and kiss him for me and Seiya. Honestly, like, I don't know if this person was standing in front of me, if this was a real person on it, like with this haircut, this style, this little check mark on his face, what would I do? Gently grasping Seiya's hand, I notice his eyes widen with surprise. How can I tell him what I'm feeling? I'm not sure that I can. So I simply met his gaze and offered him a smile. This might convey how I'm feeling better than any words I have. Look at this face! He's like, oh no, she's looking at me. Seiya looked uneasy. His eyes darted left and right. You really have me at a loss. Seeing Seiya so flustered, I couldn't help but let out a light smile. Oh my goodness. Honestly, you're quite mischievous. Hehe, sorry. Seiya's hand tenderly enveloped mine. Being able to touch you like this, it makes me happier than anything. I felt the same way when I saw you. Of course, I felt sorry for troubling you too, but at the same time, my heart was so relieved, I was overcome with joy. I know I should feel solemn about all this happening. My heart's still racing uncontrollably. This is all your fault, you know. I know. I'm a precocious little scamp. Yes, it certainly seems that way. We continued to chat for a time, our hands never once separating. I mean, he's wearing gloves. Oh, there's that. As we waited to return back to hell, Seiya told me everything that had happened. Upon his arrival at school, he ran into Yui, who told him I was acting strange. After meeting with me, she had assumed Seiya would come and went looking for him. She then told him we were on the second floor so he could find me quickly. After hearing this, I asked him if we could stop by the nurse's office to thank Yui, and we did. I wanted to apologize and thank Katakata as well, but we couldn't find him in time. Then we headed back to hell. What a field trip. Chapter 7? Damn. After returning to hell, I let Leah rest in a private room and hired a guard to watch over her.
危険にさらしてしまうとは。
I can't believe I put her in danger like that. Looking down, I realized that I nearly crushed the Khalifa flower I'd been holding. This isn't like me at all. Yet somehow, when it came to her, my emotions got the best of me, influencing my thoughts and actions like before. I'd allowed myself to get emotional, but in that moment when she smiled at me, it felt as though all was forgiven.
本当に不思議な人だ。
She truly is an enigma. I caught myself smiling, then snapped out of it. Seems I truly am captivated by her. I shouldn't be daydreaming here. I need to collect more Khalifa flowers. Picking up the blossoms scattered at my feet, I began to wonder what she thought of me. Oh, I then turned to gather some of the flowers that had fallen to a nearby bench. I must ensure she doesn't think poorly of me. My affection grew stronger with each one I picked. By the time my bag was full with flowers, I'd realized I'd fallen for her.
それもいい。
Well, that wouldn't be the end of the world now, would it? Right? Right, guys? Is it? After resting for a bit at the HO, Seiya took me to his house.
HO の施設にいるよりは、ここの方が安全でしょうから。
It's probably safer here than at the HO. Thank you, I really appreciate your
本
concern.
来であれば、カリファの近くの方が安らげるのですが。
Ideally, would be closer to the Khalifa tree, no doubt that would be more comfortable. It's fine, your place feels quite calming, Seiya. Without a doubt, the Khalifa tree did seem to calm the hellish atmosphere here, but in truth, I felt more at ease staying at Seiya's place.
そのようなことを言われると、私自身もあなたの安らぎの一部になれたのかと勘違いしてしまいそうですね。
When you say it like that, I feel as though I might be the cause of your comfort, though I'm sure that's not what you meant. Of course not, that'd be crazy. Actually, that's true, but it's just too embarrassing to say it out loud.
早く否定しないと勘違いしたままでいますが、それでも
If you don't deny it, I really will get the wrong idea. Is that alright with you? I think it's fine just as it is. I wonder what he would say next and waited. Yet he remained silent. When I turned my gaze back to Seiya, I found him blushing, frozen. Seiya?
ああ、すみません。少々妄想の果てへ旅立っていました。
Sorry, just got lost in my own thoughts there for a moment. See, seems to do that a lot. Seiya composed himself with a cough and took out a large bag.
こんなものを用意させていただきました。
I have something for you. What is it? As he slowly opened the bag, turned it upside down, flower petals scattered. Are these Khalifa petals? I could feel their fragrance filling the room, purifying the air and calming my heart.
いかがですか？これで幾分かは気分もよろしいかと。
What do you think? I thought this might lift your spirits. I can't believe he picked all these for me. Thank you so much. Despite being so busy, you still did all this. As I spoke, a realization dawned on me. Right, you have work to do. I'm sorry for keeping you. Please, don't mind me.
まさか仕事に戻れと？
You're not suggesting I go back to work, are you? I feel bad. I feel like I might be getting in your way, that's all.
何をバカなことを言っているのですか？
What a foolish thing to say.
今回はイレギュラーだとしても、あなたは悪魔に狙われているのですよ。
You do realize you're being targeted by a demon, yes? Yeah, but he's cute, so it's fine.
あれがいつ
Right?
あなたをさらいに来るかわからないというのに、一人にはさせられません。
We're not sure when he might try to take you. I can't just leave you by yourself. Seems like Seiya's more protective than ever, but I've been reckless as well. Then Seiya gathered a handful of Khalifa petals, carrying them over to the bed to spread them out.
あなたもこちらへ来てください。そろそろ休んだ方がいいでしょうから。
Please come here. It's about time for you to get some rest. He's just gonna throw petals all over the bed and go, sleep on this, my love. Hearing that, I moved hesitantly towards the bed.
さあ、ベッドに入ってください。あなたが目覚めるまでそばにいますから。
We are more than halfway through this game, and they still have yet to acknowledge the tattoos. Like, he's got one on his face. Koyo had it on his arm. Kuroha's the closest one they actually got to mention it, because they're like, bloodstain is flowers. It's flowers, calm down. Sina also had it on his shirt. Like, talk about them. Explain this. Get into bed. I'll stay by your side until you wake up. Right. I climbed into the bed adorned with Khalifa flowers. Feeling Seiya's gaze on me, I felt embarrassed to lie down in front of him.
悪夢を見るのが怖いのですか？大丈夫です。心を強く持てば。
Are you worried about having a nightmare? Don't worry. Stay strong in spirit and you'll be fine. Where did Koharu have his? Koharu's is his eye. Which is supposed to be his curse mark, which they mentioned, but they didn't, like, follow up with. I have thoughts here. It's not like that. Just the nightmares Minami brought me were frightening. And the terrible feeling those dreams brought was awful, but that wasn't the reason I couldn't sleep. Just having Seiya by my side makes my heart race.
ぼんやりしてどうしたのですか？
What's wrong? You seem distracted. It's because of you. Look at you. I fixed my gaze intently on Seiya. Seiya seemed to notice my stare and smiled back at me contently.
まさかあなたにそのような顔をされる日が来るとは。
I never imagined you'd look at me this way. How can he stay so composed? He hasn't even mentioned the kiss. Seiya, are you used to doing things like that?
ああいうこと？
Things like what?
ああ、キスですか。
Ah, you mean the kiss?
慣れている、慣れていないではなく、仕事ですから
It's
割り切っています。
He's a problem. This man is what problems look like. It's not a matter of being used to it. It's just part of the job. I try to keep things professional, you know? Ah, I'm such an idiot. After causing him so much trouble, what am I even thinking? I just assumed it meant something, and I figured he must have felt the same. I should just forget about all of this.
まあ、寸前で止めるつもりではいたのですがね。そこまですれば、あれが出ていくのは予測していましたから。
I was going to stop just before, you know. I thought it would scare Reika off if I got near to you, huh? Does that mean... Did the kiss mean something to him?
私は変態のメンヘラですから。
Hentai? I heard that. I heard that.
私は変態のメンヘラですから、利用できるものはします。
He didn't want to call himself a perv, I get it. Guess that makes me a bit of a scoundrel, doesn't it? I'll use whatever excuse I can get. That's not what I meant. I just want to know.
では、仕切り直しますか？今度は完全なるプライベートで愛を込めて。
So we tried again, this time completely alone and for real with passion? No, I refuse! I'm done talking about this. But even as I protested, I'm actually thrilled by him.
からかいすぎました。あなたが怒る様が可愛らしくてつい。
Perhaps that was a bit much. You're just so cute when you're pouting. I couldn't help myself. How much of that just now was serious and how much was he joking? Whatever the case, he always ended up toying with me, and that was truly
これ
frustrating.
以上お話ししているとあなたの睡眠の妨げになるでしょうからそろそろ静かにしましょう
We should probably continue this talk later. You need to get some rest. Seiya then fell silent, picking up a book from beside the bed and began quietly reading it. His expression settled into calm stillness, clearly signaling he was done talking for now. I felt a tinge of loneliness, but knew it was best to get some rest. I stared up at the ceiling, waiting for sleep to come. Hey, Ray! Hello, how are you? As she rested, I planned to lose myself in this book, and yet, even as I read the lines, my thoughts kept drifting to her lying nearby. Surely it was because of what she said. She hinted that my presence was comforting to her. Does Leah have any idea how much that means to me? I glanced up from my book to find her still awake, staring at the ceiling. Should I say something? No, I shouldn't disturb her rest. I returned my attention back to the book, but the memory of our kiss distracted me. Seems I'm quite distracted today. If I had another chance, I'd like to kiss her again, this time gazing into her eyes to see if she feels the same way about me. When she's right there, what could possibly go wrong? I can't sleep. When I glanced over at Seiya, he seemed deeply absorbed in his book, not even sparing me a glance. He normally watched me intently, but not today. It made me feel oddly lonely. Seiya. When I called out to him, he looked up, and naturally our eyes met. Just locking eyes with him sent my heart fluttering, and I felt a surge of joy rush through me. I'd like to talk a little more. It wasn't that I was scared to sleep, nor was it that I wasn't sleepy. I just wanted to hear his voice a little longer.
そのように可愛らしくお願いさ
Read
れ
the
て
book
は
to me, Seiya.
仕方ありませんねあなたには甘くなっていけない
If you ask so sweetly, then how can I refuse? Though perhaps I should be more strict with you. Listen, only one of you can punish me, and that is gonna be Manami. Saying that, he placed his book on the nearby table and turned to face me. Alright.
それではあなたが眠くなるようにあなたの進路相談の話でもしましょうか
To help you feel sleepy, should I discuss your career path survey? Oh no. Me. I'm asleep now. Future, what? Trust me, that'll just keep me awake.
冗談ですではそうですね私の話でもしましょうか
Just kidding. Then how about I tell you a little bit more about
昔
myself?
話なんてどうですか
A story from my past, perhaps. It was the first time Seiya offered to tell me more about himself. All I knew at this point was that he carried two major regrets from his life. The first was Yui, but I wonder if he would tell me the second. Is that really alright? When Seiya spoke of himself, his aura seemed to subtly shift. He always seemed troubled. If it was painful for him, I didn't want him talking about his past just for my sake. But to my surprise, Seiya smiled.
あなたに知ってほしいと思ってしまったのです私を受け入れてほしいのかもしれない
I find myself wanting you to know more about me. Perhaps I want you to accept me. I was eager to learn more about him, but realizing he wanted me to learn about him as well filled me with unexpected joy. Seiya looked up and stared off into the distance. His eyes seemed to flicker with events long past. Then, as if deciding to bring those past shadows to light, he drew a small breath.
これは私が聖者の頃のお話
This is a story from when I was alive. Like, look at that. Look at that sinister boy. I love it. I thought we were getting near the end of that one. I'm glad to find out I was right. I never knew my biological parents. The only family I ever knew was my adoptive father. Well then, I'm off, remember? To lock up after I leave, got it? His gaze, as he spoke to me, it was so kind, so warm, it made me forget we weren't connected by blood. It was the first love I ever felt. His gentle smile, the warmth of his large hands, everything about him was so joyous. I couldn't help but smile just thinking about him. I still want to know how I lost my chapstick. Hear me out. How did I lose it? Yes, I understand. I'll study the exorcism books while you are away. I deeply admired my father, an exorcist who rescued people and took in a poor orphan like me. Remember, Seiya, you don't have to choose the same path as me. But all I did was study fervently. I believe that being useful to my father was how I could show my gratitude to him. I want to follow in your footsteps. I want to be just like you. Just like you, huh? When are you gonna call me dad, huh? And hi. That's a big ask. It was just too embarrassing. I couldn't bring myself to call him father. I realized how foolish that was, but anyway, I soon became an exorcist at a very young age. Then one day my father was performing an exorcism for a woman possessed by a demon. I stood at his side as his assistant. Then this woman is no longer of any use to me. Your soul seems like it'll be far more interesting toy to play with. The demon speaking through the woman directed its chilling words at me. Hi, delightful. Hello. How are you? How's the family? But by the time I realized it, the demon had moved into me. It had shifted its possession to me. Seiya, しっかりしなさい。お前は強い人間だ。強き心を忘れてはならない。Seiya, get a hold of yourself. I'm crossing my legs again. Hang on. This means I have to wiggle. Also, this is a new dress I have. Doesn't it kind of look like Toby from the Labyrinth? Listen, hear me out. I like my childhood. Seiya, get a hold of yourself. You are strong. You must not forget. You are a strong soul. My father's voice was shouting at me, but all I could hear were the whispers of the demon within. Is that Minami? Is that my boy? That sound like him? You call yourself an exorcist, yet you look how easily you were possessed. Pathetic. Be quiet. An imposter, sheltered by your father, claiming his achievements as your own. Stop it. That's not true. What's not true? Tell me, have you ever helped anyone with your own power?
けれど
Not
でも
yet,
僕
but
だっ
one
て
day
いず
I
れは一
will.
人で
できるわけがなかろう。悪魔に疲れるような弱き心のお前が。
Different voice. It sounds familiar though. Different demon. Ooh. I don't want to look it up. I don't want to spoil anything by accident. But he sounds familiar. I like it though. I like deep voices. I'm very easy. We all know this. It kind of sounds like Sukuna a little bit. I know it probably isn't Sukuna, but I'm excited and I just got here. As if you, with your weak heart, susceptible to the whisper of demons like me.
僕は
I'm not weak.
弱くなんて
Not weak. I didn't know how much time passed. I was completely focused on resisting the demon's words from infiltrating my mind. It probably lasted for days, then eventually I came to, bathe in a beautiful light, and everything was over. Did I?
僕は
Did I survive? But at what
助かったの
cost?
か
Where's your papa? Glancing around the room, I saw it was in total disarray, likely caused by my possession. The table was knocked over, and behind it lay a familiar figure, the one I revered more than any, my father. As I cradled the limp body of my father, a wave of despair washed over me. His breaths were faint, and he seemed on the edge of death.
少しミスをしてしまいました。こんな情けない姿を見せるなど、父親失格ですね。
Guess I slipped up this time, letting my son see me like this in such a sorry state. Pretty shameful for a dad, huh?
喋らないでください。今
Please,
急いで人を
don't speak. I'll go find help.
自分の体のことは自分が一番わかります。
I know my own body best.
私はもう助からない。
It's too late for me.
せいや、ごめんなさい。共にいられないことを許してほしい。
Seiya, I'm sorry. Please forgive me for not being there for you.
そんなこと言わないでください。
Don't say that. You can still make it.
もういいのですよ。私は最愛の息子を守っていけるんです。
It's alright. I'm going to leave knowing I protected my son.
誉れはない。
There's no greater honor than that.
嫌だ。行かないで。お父さん。
Is this supposed to help me go to sleep? Because I don't think I could sleep after this. Dad, please don't go.
やっとそう呼んでくれましたね。
All because you didn't call him dad. Oh, this is your biggest regret in life. You were raised by this. How old were you when you were adopted? You think he's a great man. I don't know. I know there's this whole stigma. But if you don't respect the person and you don't want them to have adopted you, I can get not wanting to call them your parent. But like, you seem pretty much in care for him. He can die in peace. Remember, call him daddy and save a life. Finally got you to call me dad. Those were his final words. This life saved by my father's sacrifice. To honor him, I decided to continue working as an exorcist and died the next day. I'm just making that part up. Or more accurately, I attempted to continue, but I lost all my power as an exorcist. I was completely useless. My hands trembled in the presence of demons. No matter how lowly and vile the demon, I was nothing but a trembling fool, defeated by my own fear. I wondered how someone as weak as me could possibly help others. I feared that demon was correct. I am weak. Standing on a tall cliff looking at the sky, I saw my father's face in the clouds. I'm sorry, I couldn't be the exorcist you were. You gave up your life for me, but only a weak heart remains. There are other ways. Bro, no. Yeah, I don't... I have thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts. Okay. You couldn't make it as an exorcist. That's fine. Try something else. Be a doctor, damn it. Like, do something. If you feel like you have to honor your father some way, do it. But otherwise, don't do this. Don't do this. This isn't the answer. Yeah, work at an old folks home. Do something else. There's a way to help people. It doesn't have to be the same way. If that's what you feel like your calling is, do something else. But don't let it, like, get you this bad. Oh, no. I'll join you, though I doubt we'll be together. For a fool who ends his own life, he is surely bound for hell. And so I took my own life. This is the guy you're trying to date, girl. You sure you want that? He's pretty weak-willed. This was his story. Seiya's voice was totally void of emotions as he spoke. I just said, why aren't we talking about these marks? Hey, there it goes. Girl, he already died. Might as well hit that. Listen. This mark on my neck was left by the demon that possessed me. Like, before death or after death? Did you have this mark after? Or, like, then you died and then you had the mark? Every time I see it, I'm brought back to that moment, but I've never once cursed the demon for that, what it did. The one I blame is myself. If I had been stronger then, I wouldn't have lost my father. Alright, hear me out. Hear me out. Doesn't matter. Your dad was already an exorcist. That is, by definition, a profession that does not yield high survival rates. From my understanding of the position. From my understanding, you are very likely to be possessed yourself. There's always something flying around in the room. Like, you probably will die. Alright, your dad took that job and then put you in a position that you felt like you had to follow that footstep. That was weird. He did tell you didn't have to, but like, that's his job. You're surrounded by it. But like, that's not his fault. That's just his job. Listen, I have a hard time with this kind of fixer-upper. Listen, I do too. Like, you can't change fate. Like, this is, it's what is done is done. All you can do is move forward from it. And I get being sad, and I understand that. But like, hear me out, no. If I'd been stronger, I wouldn't have lost my father. I wish I could just tell him this wasn't his fault, but his expression. It told me there was no convincing him of that, especially after how many years he's been dead. When I first got here, Minami called Seiya a sinner damned to hell, so you really were damned. Well, yeah, that's a sin. In pretty much every culture, right? I was damned for taking my own
刑
life.
期を終え自由の身になりましたが、私はそれを拒否し、地獄で働くことを志願したのです。
After serving my time in hell, I was granted freedom, but I refused and instead volunteered to work here in hell instead. Why? You might have been able to see your father if you crossed over.
罪人として牢獄に入れられている頃、改めて自身の行いを振り返ったのです。
In hell, I've had time to reflect on my actions.
そこで気づきを得ました。
That's when I realized something.
エクソシストとしての矜持を失念し、父が救ってくれた命を無駄に
That's what
し、
I'm saying.
自分勝手に死を選んだ。
I forgot what it meant to be an exorcist. I squandered the life my father saved, right? He died to save you, and then you're just like, let me yeet off this cliff. He's like, Ichiya taught me one thing, and that's like, if it's not working out, throw yourself off a cliff, and I don't think we should take any advice from Ichiya. And then I chose death. Oh my god.
この愚かな行いを、たとえ父が許しても、私自身が許せなかった。
Even if my father could forgive me, I wasn't ready to forgive myself.
ですから、私は己を許せるようになるまで、罪深き死者を救おうと思ったのです。
So I decided to try and help the damned until I could forgive myself. You know what this reminds me a lot of? And maybe it's loosely inspired. If we've all are familiar with the chair I'm sitting in, and these statues here. Look at her, look at her. Demon Slayer has a lot about redemption after death. Like, when you become a demon, you're already dead, right? And it kind of goes into the history of their lives and what led them to become a demon, etc. I think this is a good example of that. Like, here's their story. How sad. But there is no good endings. Lots of regret. So much regret. I decided to try and help the damned until I could forgive myself.
私が気づきを得たように、他者を改心させられればと。
Hoping they too might find a way to change like I had.
とはいえ、これは自己満足に過ぎません。他者を救うことで、少しでも心にある闇が晴れればと思っていますから。
But perhaps this is just my way of trying to make myself feel better. A way to try and dispel the darkness in my heart. This was his second sin. Seiya's pain was obvious. His voice, his movements, the expression on his face, they all spoke of his deep wounds. What could I say to him? That sucks, my guy. I couldn't find the right words to say to him. I did it. I had no doubt anything I said would be trivial compared to the burdens he carried, but still I wanted to ease his heart, even just a little. You saved me. Hakuna Matata, my guy. No worries. Imagine. No, he didn't like that answer. We're not even gonna go through it. You saved me seemed kind of cheap in my mind, but alright. Well, you saved me. You're still in hell. By the way, that's premature cello celebration. I am never okay when you're like, we're still in the tunnel that leads to doom, and we're like, we're out of there. You're not out of there. You're not out of there until you're home, until your bedroom door's locked, until your like curtains are drawn, and you're like, we did it. We're fine. Like, Seiya looked up, clearly taken aback. His eyes widened slightly at my words. You showed me what it means to have a strong heart when facing a demon. Without your help, I might still be in Minami's clutches. Imagine if I was still in Minami's clutches. Worse, I might have died. He doesn't want to kill you yet.
大げさです。当たり前のことを教えたに過ぎませんから。
You're exaggerating. It only taught you the obvious. Even so, I gently placed my hand on top of Seiya's. If helping others eases your guilt, I choose my words thoughtfully, trying to tell him how I really felt. Then maybe I'm enough. Maybe you don't have to feel guilty anymore. Maybe saving me has saved you, huh? Ever think about that, my guy? I'm still in hell. I'm slowly dying every single day I'm here. But maybe I'm enough. Hmm? Do I look cute enough to be... You don't look happy. That didn't work? Alright. Seiya's usually calm eyes wavered and his hand trembled slightly. To be forgiven? I wanted to bring peace to Seiya's heart. It's not working. At a moment like this, Seiya would. My hands reached towards him. Are you going to kiss him? Allow me to do it for you, what you always do for me. My fingertips traced gently along his neck. I'm going to kill him? I combed through his soft hair with my fingers, revealing the skin where the mark was, and then... Oh, okay. I'm bold in this route. Oh my stars. Get it? Like, girl, you're kissing somebody's neck. Leah, please hold still. I pressed my lips to his neck, much like he had done for me, softly as if to wash away his sins. Seiya has paid enough for his mistakes. Imagine, okay, hear me out. I know this is an Otome game, but imagine you tell someone a highly emotional story and then mention that you have like a scar, and that person's all like, my time to shine, and they just kiss you. I know in this atmosphere it works. But, like, think about that in reality. Would that work? Would that work? If someone kissed a scar on your body after you tell them how, like, you have a scar and how you got it, and it involved, like, a death of a family member? Girl hasn't been saved yet. So this CG's beautiful, though. His hair's great. I like this. I whispered the words softly to myself, not just for me, for all the souls he's led to find peace. Please forgive Seiya. May your sins be cleansed. I was unable to find the right words to speak. Even so, I hope this gesture could convey my feelings to him. Imagine if other people had prayed for you by kissing your neck. Like, you're the only one who's ever prayed for me like this? Was it wrong? No, it's not that. Seiya shifted slightly. Looking up, I saw a puzzled look on his face, his eyes searching for something. I've been praying to the Sky Daddy all wrong. Yeah, go find someone with a neck tattoo. Actually, wait, doesn't your husband have tattoos? Gotta start go kiss tattoos. Thanks to you, I feel as if I've been saved. Thank you, Leah. Accepting his words of gratitude, I slowly moved back. As I did, suddenly a wave of embarrassment I've been holding back surged up. He does with some demons? Oh, well, you know. Then you definitely need to pray for that. So, as I did... sorry for doing that so suddenly. I just got main character syndrome just then. Oh, goodness. I should have told him what I was going to do before doing it, huh? As I mentally scolded myself, Seiya's hand gently touched my cheek. There's no need to apologize, you saved me. By the way, she was going to take a nap. Can you nap after this? His smile brought with it a wave of relief. I'm glad. Oh my stars. I was nervous about sharing my past with you, but I'm very glad I did. If you have someone close to your heart, it feels good to let them in. His sudden shift in tone caught me by surprise, but I soon realized he was alluding to my career path survey, and a rush of emotions hit me. Wait, did Seiya just hint someone close to my heart?
願わくば、あなたが話す相手は
Wait, what?
私であるよ
Well, that's a bit of an assumption there. I hope I can be the one you talk
そう
to.
願ってしまうのを許してくださいね
Forgive my wishful thinking. That nearly sounded like he was confessing his love to me. Right. Seiya always said things that made my heart flutter. Often his words were ambiguous, but this time was different. His feelings felt so clear, so genuine, I wasn't sure how to respond.
しかし困りましたこの心に浮かぶ葛藤矛盾をどうすべきか
But now I have a real dilemma on my hands. How do I deal with this mixed emotion, this turmoil in my heart?
あなたをうつしおに返してあげたいでもずっと腕の中で抱きしめてもいたい
I want to return you safely to the realm of the living, and yet I wish to keep you here with me forever. I'm gonna sleep now. Practically asleep. Pretty much already asleep. I quickly hid under the covers as if escaping. Usually I could just shrug off Seiya's romantic words, but not this
す
time.
ぐに眠れそうですか
Do you think you'll be able to fall asleep so soon? He asked, and I peeked out from under the blanket. Did they just Casper, can I keep you? Oh my goodness. Oh, Casper. Who knew? Who knew that a 90s child of me would fall in love with a ghost? Who knew? It's okay, I can sleep now. I wasn't sure if I could really sleep, but it was all I could say at the moment, and I can't stay afraid of falling asleep. If I can overcome that demon, I think I'll gain some confidence. It wouldn't mean I have a strong heart.
なるほどそれこそがあなたがここへ来た理由なのかもしれないです
That
ね
might be the very reason you're here. Huh?
強い心に成長すればうつしおへ帰ってからも自身の抱える問題に立ち向かえる
Okay, I have one complaint about this game, okay? Every single route, she's, well, except for the spirit world one. That one doesn't count. She's like spirited away, right? By Toka. In the Seven Wonders School Ghost Stories, she's given a piece of paper. And that paper is, she's got to solve the puzzle, basically. And then in... Ow. And then in Urban Legends... What the hell happened in Urban Legends? She found the pieces of the paper ripped in pieces, and as she found each one of them, stuff. Right? I'm right? This one's weird. They haven't explained why she's here yet. She really doesn't know why she's here. How is she supposed to solve a riddle with, like, 0 clues? Like, you can't be like, now you're on a scavenger hunt, but for what? She got the... No, in School Ghost Story, she did that. She had to get the name of all the school... 7 Wonders to unlock the paper, and that would lead to the story, but also how she got out of the story. And then in Urban Legends, she had to get the papers to put together. Is that right? Am I remembering this wrong? When she gathered them all, she got to go home. And it usually came from, like, every time she did something good or right or something, but she was, like, visiting places she had been before. Like the school, she was scared to go home, so she never went home. She went to the hospital at the end, and that's how she found the last piece of paper, because it was with her sleeping body. This one, they haven't really decided how she or why she's here. They're still, like, speculating. And I think it's kind of dumb. Especially since she's in a life or death situation. If she's here too long, she will die. And if Toka loves her, which he infatuates that he is in love with her, he shouldn't do this to her. What's happening? Do I like Toka? Is Toka just a serial killer? Listen. If your heart grows stronger here, you'll be able to face your challenges in the realm of the living as well.
そうお考えになってあなたをここへ送ったのでしょう。
Be help if Toka just told us that. Perhaps the god considered this and sent you here for the very reason. That could be. Actually, Seiya's thoughts aligned perfectly with my own. The old me was always running from my problems, yet with each escape, a fog clouded my heart, leaving me unable to truly speak my mind, especially not to my mom. Reflecting on those times, my heart felt heavy. Unpleasant emotions bubbled up. They seemed to come from within me.
手を
Give me your hand. As instructed, I reached out from under the blanket and Seiya gently enveloped my hand in his own. Through his gloved hands, though his gloved hand should have felt cold, I felt a pleasant warmth spread
あ
through
なた
me.
が眠りについている間もずっとこうしていましょう。
While you fall asleep, let's stay like this, shall we? Thank you. Though slightly embarrassed by his touch, I found it comforting. I want him to keep holding my hand, even after I wake up forever. I'm so glad you're here, Seiya. I'm truly grateful it was you who found me. Seiya smiled warmly and squeezed my hand
かつ
tightly.
て父が人々にしてきたように私もあなたを救いましょう。
Just as my father once saved people, I promise I will save you too.
どんな困難が待ち受けていようともあなたのために戦うと誓います。
No matter what challenges we face, I promise to fight for you. He sealed his promise with a gentle kiss on the back of my hand. I smiled back at him and closed my eyes. Sleepiness quickly overcame me and I drifted into the world of dreams. I want to know what it's like to not have insomnia. Imagine going to sleep that fast. Most people don't have to. I do. As she slept, I whispered words of prayer. I prayed earnestly for her to overcome the demon that haunted her. Girl, I do, but I got 3 kids, so they wear you out. Here's the funny thing, right? And I don't know if this is for everyone. I found out I had insomnia when I read the average time it takes someone to fall asleep, and I was like, bullshit. I lay in bed for 2 hours wanting to go to sleep. I just lay there and go, please go to sleep. Please go to sleep. Think, overthink things, play out an entire scenario, watch a whole movie in my head. And then I'd go to sleep. And then I read that it's like the average is 5 minutes. And I was all like, what? Like the average is like 5. I'm like, that can't be right. And that's how I found out. The good news is my doctor's helped me a lot. My doctor basically has told me not to lay down unless I'm actually feeling sleepy. So I will still sit up till like 1 a.m. most nights just because, but like I will go to sleep a lot faster when I lay down. If I'm tired, I don't even remember falling asleep. That's a gift. That is a gift. Another curse I have is I can't sleep on a plane. I can sleep in a car, but it's accidental. And I usually am not really asleep that long. Like I'll nod off and then I wake back up and then I nod off and I wake back up. But on a plane, I have never, and I went to Japan and that was like a 17-hour flight. I think my flight to Korea was about the same, but it had like a layover. Both of my flights had layovers. I had layovers in California, but the one in Japan, we had a layover in China. And like, I never could sleep. I've always tried to. Our trip to Japan, I was prepared. I did like NyQuil. I took like there was like this drink we had in our fridge that was supposed to help you go to sleep. I chugged that before we left for the airport, and I still was awake the entire flight. That'd be the worst curse for me. I have motion sickness, so I have to sleep on flights. I have tried my hardest to sleep on flights. Like, I watched an entire drama on a flight because I can't go to sleep. It's also why I plan on taking my Switch the next time we take a trip, because like it's the only thing I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna get so much done accidentally. But yeah, I can fall asleep in a car accidentally, but not stay asleep. I can't sleep on a plane, and I usually take if I go to bed without like waiting to feel sleepy, it's 2 hours at least, if not longer. I'll wear a sleep mask and have some beats. So I actually have to rebuy these headphones. And by rebuy, I mean buy them for the first time. They were a gift the first time. They're by Boss or B-O-O-S-E or B-O-S-E. They are noise canceling headphones or earphones. Let me phrase that right, because they just go in your ear. And they make flights so good. Hiccups. I had mine for like 5+ years, so they broke over time because they're earbuds. But they're like $250, if I recall. They were really expensive earbuds, but they like you have to charge them, and there's a button. And if you've ever been on a plane, and everyone here sounds like they have been, it's loud as fuck. If you've ever watched a movie, that movie is a lie. You can't hear shit on a plane. Planes are so damn loud. But these ones, it would make it seem like you were just still in the gateway. Like there was no sound. Like it just quiet as hell. I was like, oh my god, these are great. And I loved them. So any flight I took, I had those headphones with me for like 5+ years. But I haven't been on a flight. When's the last time I took a flight? California, actually. Last year when I went to IFI, we took a plane so that we'd get there and home fast enough just to be gone for 2 days. And I miss those earbuds because like those were they're so good. They're so good. I can't have both ear covers. I have to have one ear open or I get paranoid someone is calling me. That's trauma. I have that trauma too, but on a plane, I don't want to hear people. Usually when I take plane rides, oddly enough, I'm usually alone. Me and my sister have, for the last few years, always kind of like taken trips separately. And that's because we have pets and life. One day I want to hit a con in Cali. Honestly, I went to AX back in 2003. That sounds right. It's been a long time, and it was before AX is what it is now. I don't think I could go to AX again. Anytime I see pictures of AX, it just looks like crowds, and I hate crowds. I want to enjoy my time. I like my local conventions because they're decently crowded. Like, there's enough people, but you can also walk. I don't like giant crowds. I don't like feeling like there's people on every single side of me. I get too claustrophobic for that. I saw photos and stuff from last AX, and I was like, yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't go. Like, the first year I went to AX, it was enjoyable. It was crowded, but it wasn't that bad. My husband gets like that too. Yeah, I would like not to be overwhelmed. I prayed earnestly for her to overcome the demon that haunted her. Listen, even if I had to continue this prayer forever, I would not cease. How could I do anything less for Leah Ishiki, the one who had prayed for me? My feelings for her now went beyond just love. May she be protected. Aww. Even if that means I am to perish, I do not mind. Let her hardships fall on me instead. Please save her. My bad, didn't mean to hit the button so fast. But yeah, I don't know. And I know I plan to go to conventions this year. I don't know if I'm going to do a panel again this year. I had a lot of fun with my panel. I was very anxious. I just don't know what my panel would be about this time. That's the only reason I don't know. Who's Your Dede was hilarious. I liked the concept of it. I liked going over Dede types. It was a lot of fun. But I don't know what fun, interesting thing I could talk about this time. So the unease gnawed at me like darkness closing in, a relentless nightmare that allowed me no peace. You would have thought that you'd come to me willingly. Minami, the source of this nightmare, wore a pleasant smile, but his presence was pure malevolence. I can't speak. Breathing grew difficult, but I kept going. I glanced down at my hand. Just that small action made me feel connected to him, easing my heart. It's okay, Seiya's with me.
あいつのことを思うとは気持ちが悪くてヘドが出る。
You thinking about him makes my stomach turn. I feel like I'm gonna puke. Yeah, right. I squeezed my hands tightly and it almost felt like Seiya squeezed it back. Unable to speak, I spoke to Minami in my mind. I won't let you have my soul no matter what, so it's pointless no matter how often you invade my dreams.
随分と威勢がいいじゃないか。
Me when I see couples in public, I'm gonna barf. That's me with PDA. If I hear kissing in public, I'm like, ew, go away. It's just like, the sound. Leave. You're pretty bold, aren't you? Minami's sharp gaze felt as though it could cut right through me. The choking sensation grew stronger, but I knew I couldn't back down now. Facing Minami took courage. It took me some time before I could face him, but I knew now just how important it was to do so. Every event, every challenge, it all served to fortify my heart to make me strong enough to face this challenge. With that thought in mind, I glared back at Minami. Suddenly the suffocation eased.
聖夜の影響か。お前の思考はあいつのことばかりで読んでいられないくらいだ。
Is this Seiya's doing? Your thoughts are so filled with him they're nearly impossible to read.
興ざめだな。お前から興味が失せて、遊びもそろそろ終わりにしようか。
What a letdown. I've lost interest in you. Maybe it's time we end this little game. I wish you'd just leave me be.
何を勘違いしている。遊び飽きたというだけで、お前の魂を諦めたわけじゃない。
Don't mistake me. Just because I'm tired of this game doesn't mean I'm done with your soul. Why my soul? I'm sure he has reasons, but what could they possibly be?
魂と引き換えに教えてやろうか。
How about I tell you in exchange for your soul? Yeah, right. You really think I'd do that?
まあ、そうだろうな。なら、こういうのはどうだろう。
It's worth a shot, right? But how about this instead? Minami's sudden smile sent a shiver of fear along my spine. My anxiety swelled as I waited for his next
お
words.
前の大切なものと引き換えなら、優しいお前のことだからきっと。
If it's a trade for something dear to you, knowing your kind heart, then surely. What does he mean by that?
俺はそろそろ帰ろうかな。
I guess it's time for me to leave. Wait a second. The atmosphere around me shifted, like stepping out of a long dark tunnel. The oppressive air dissipated from all directions, yet my heart pounded with urgency. Wait, we're not done
今
here.
は安心して眠れ。しばらくお前の夢に現れないであげるから。
For now, you just rest easy. I won't be visiting your dreams for a
生
while.
きていてもらわないと困るし、俺も時間が欲しいからね。
I need you alive, and I need some time to work things out as well. Wait, please! Minami's form began to vanish. With him, my consciousness seemed to fade away as well. Gradually sinking deeper into a tranquil world of sleep, I descended. Parquet, but why? Waking up, I glanced towards the window and saw Seiya just as he was when I fell
目
asleep.
覚めはいかがですか？顔色は変わらないようですが。
How do you feel now that you're awake? You look the same as before. His fingers softly sifted through my hair. The tenderness of his touch eased my troubled heart.
少し顔が赤らんできましたね。いい傾向です。
Although your face looks a little flushed, I suppose that's a good sign. Because I was around Minami. Hear me out. His gentle smile made my heart skip. That's because of you, Seiya.
どうかしましたか？
Something wrong? Yeah, I was thinking of somebody else. No, thanks for staying by my side all this time.
お礼を言うのはこちらです。
I
あ
should
な
be
たは
thanking
いくら
you.
見ていても飽きない。
You're endlessly fascinating to watch. Huh? You're watching me the whole time,
Eh.
Edward?
愛おしいその顔をいつまでも眺めていられるくらい。
I
あ
could
なたに夢
gaze
中ということです。
upon your lovely face forever. I'm so captivated by you. You always say things like that. I wish you wouldn't tease me so much. I knew he was probably serious, but I had to brush it off as a joke, or my heart wouldn't be able to handle it.
それは聞き捨てなりませんね。私がいつまでもあなたをからかって楽しむ子供だと思っているのなら大間違いです。
That was weird. I can't just let you brush that off. If you think I'm just toying with you, you're wrong.
私は嘘を偽りなく本気であなたに夢中な
I
の
am
です。
truly, genuinely, completely, utterly smitten with you. Okay, I get it. Stop now. My cheeks were burning up, but I felt my heart thumping loudly in my ears. All I could think to do was avert my eyes from his
いいえ、
gaze.
やめません。諦めてください。
I won't give up. I won't stop. Just give in. He's being more persistent than usual. I've got to find a way to change the topic.
その様子では、南に翻弄されなかったように思いますが、いかがですか？
Based on your expression, it doesn't seem like Minami gave you too much trouble. How did it go with him? The sudden mention of Minami's name shook me, so I remembered the events of the nightmare and his ominous words. About that, there's something we need to discuss. And I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I think I'm okay. After sharing the details of the dream, Seiya stood, arms crossed, deep in thought.
少しの間、夢に現れないと言っていたことが気になりますね。
The fact he said that he'd be staying away from your dreams for a while is troubling. It seemed like he was plotting something, like he had something in mind already. While it was a relief to know Minami wouldn't be visiting my dreams, the fact that I didn't know what he was up to made me feel even more anxious. I need to be strong. I tried to calm my shaking hands by clenching them firmly together.
いけません。
Leah, that's not good. Seiya took my hand, gripping my hands more firmly than he
こ
usually
の
did.
震えを抑え、あなたの心を癒すのは私だけの役目。それを奪わないでいただけますか？
Okay, calm down. My sole duty is to calm this trembling and to heal your heart. Would you deprive me of that duty? His serious words made me burst into a soft chuckle. When did you decide that get
無論
decided?
勝手につかせていただきました。
When I decided to take that
今
role, of
お尻
course.
きください。
I got it. I understand. In that case, I appreciate your help. Seiya's natural care and effort to comfort me brought a smile to my face. His laugh made my heart feel lighter, helping me to find moments of joy even in the dark place. I'm so grateful Seiya's here with me, but at the same time, I was painfully aware of how temporary the situation was. That's probably why I struggled to fully embrace the budding feeling I had for him.
それで、南の企みですが、あなたの大切なものが絡んでいるのは明白でしょう。
Regarding Minami's scheme, my guess is that it involves that something precious to you that he
おそ
mentioned.
らくそれと引き換えに魂を要求するつもりなのかと。
He's probably planning to trade your soul for it. I think you're right.
その大切なものですが、
Any idea what that might
心当たり
be?
はありますか？
You? There are many things that are important to me. Something precious. I quickly stole a glance at
なんで
Seiya.
す？
What is it? No, just looking, that's all.
その割には動揺して、
You seem quite flustered.
まさかあなたにとって大切なもの
Could
と
it
は
be the precious thing to you is
この
me?
私
No, of course not. That's impossible. Though it's true that Seiya is important to me.
そこまで否定されるとは。今のは少し、いえ、かなり傷つきました。
To be denied so fervently, that was a bit, well, actually quite painful. Seeing Seiya look so dejected left me even more flustered. No, I mean, not exactly. I didn't mean to deny it like that.
否定されたことが
Hmm.
違う
Denied, but not so strongly. Muttering this, Seiya's face suddenly lit up.
テレ屋さんとは思っていましたが、なるほど。あなたという人が分かった気がします。
I thought you were shy, but now I see. I feel like I'm starting to understand you better. It's not like that.
これからはどれだけ否定されようとも、あなたを愛します。
From now on, no matter how much you deny it, I will always love you. What?
まあ、冗談はさておき。
Now, joking aside. So, it was a joke. What's going on?
あなたにとって最も大切なのは、おそらく、写し世にあるものでしょう。
This thing that's most precious to you, it probably resides in the world of the living, yes? You mean from my real life? I had assumed it would be something in hell.
ああ、あなたは気づいていませんでしたか？これまでの会話の中で。
I thought you'd realized from our talks thus
南
far.
は人の姿を保てている悪魔ですから、写し世で人間に紛れて悪事を働けるのです。
Minami can take on human form. He could easily mingle with humans in the living world and cause them harm. That could be interesting if they had used that more. Seriously. But Seiya did mention before that Minami could be quite difficult to find, so I should think about something from the real world. But even so, it's hard to pinpoint something precious. That could be so many things. I mean, I can think of a lot of things that matter to me, but... Quick, back to the human realm, girl. We're trapped in this one. We're trying. That's our goal. Nothing I could trade my soul for. Not your mom, not your sister, not your best friend, not your best friend's dog. There's nothing else. Even if I had all the money in the world, it wouldn't be worth more than my soul, right?
なるほど。あなたは物、つまり物体で考えているのですね。
You're still not quite getting it. You're still thinking of physical things. What do you mean?
物ではなく、物。人ならばどうです？
What if I asked you not what you might trade your soul for, but who? Yeah, I already answered that one. I felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over my head. The strength drained from my body and my legs began to wobble. Precious people? Could it be my mom? Or my sister? Or maybe even Sayaka? All the people I already listed? But that, I mean, I know Minami can be wicked, but do you really think he's capable of doing something like that? Do you know what he's trying to do? I knew Minami could be cruel, and though we hadn't known each other for long, I felt as though I knew him a little. The thought of him taking hostages, it was hard to picture him doing something
こ
like
れまで
that.
の南は忘れた方がよろしいかと。夢の中で遊び飽きたと言ったのでしょ？
I think it's best you forget the Minami that you've known up till now. After all, didn't he mention he was tired of playing?
つまり、あなたと遊びたくてじゃれていたに過ぎません。これからは悪魔として接してくるはずです。
He was merely toying with you before. He'll be approaching you as a true demon from now on.
いいですか？長年あなたの魂を狙っていた悪魔ということを。
Do you understand? He's a demon who's been after your soul for years. Yes,
あな
but
たは悪魔というものを分かっていらっしゃらないようですね。
it seems you don't fully understand what demons are. Seiya sighed heavily as if he was a teacher reprimanding a poor
あれ
student.
らは決して善良になることはありません。
He can't be turned. He'll never be good.
善良な悪魔。そのように矛盾した存在はこの世にあってはならないのです。
There's no such thing as a benevolent demon. Such contradictory things cannot exist. His words were enough to convince me. Then Minami Seiya nodded.
あなたと契約をするため手段を選ばない。
He'll do whatever it takes to get to you. He's right. As I mentally accepted the true danger I was in, I thought I had heard Minami's laugh menacingly somewhere in my mind. I want to hear it. Play it for me. Aww. Aww. Listening to Lia Ishiki's dream, I did my best to keep my composure on the outside, but inside I was deeply unsettled. I hadn't anticipated Minami would go to such extremes, yet as long as the entire entity within him remained, he shouldn't be capable of such extreme acts. As long as that entity within him remained? Has something changed within Minami? Then I felt our intertwined hands squeeze together with a start. I glanced I glanced at her. Why was I gonna say Sarah? My brain changed the words. She was gazing up at me with a worried look in her eyes. I did my best to conjure a smile to reassure
ごめん
her.
なさい。少し考え事をしていまして。
I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought. She seemed about to speak, then quickly closed her mouth. I wonder what she wanted to say. Allow me to calm your nerves, Seiya. Her expression, so clear, so vividly, betrayed her emotions. She can read me like a book. Realizing she noticed my concealed worry, a mix of joy and unease filled me. It had been ages since anyone cared about me like
それ
this.
なら互いに寄り添い合っていきましょう。心の内にあるぬくもりを失わないように。
Then let's support each other. We'll keep the warmth in each other's hearts. As I spoke, she shyly looked away, her cheeks blushing. Such a sweet, endearing reaction. I felt a gnawing desire to know more of her, but we were destined to part. Clinging too closely to her, it would only put her life in greater danger. That thought alone filled me with fear, a sign of just how deeply she captivated me. Bum bum bum. Doesn't he look evil? Like, if Minami was targeting someone's precious to me, it had to be my family. I conveyed this to Seiya, and then there's something I need to ask. Can I use the elevator just one more time? I realized Minami might be plotting something at that very moment. I want to check on my family in the real world. Seiya, silenced by my gentle pressure, pressing his index finger to his lips.
今のあなたの体でエレベーターを使用するのは危険が伴います。
Using the elevator in your condition is quite risky,
あ
but
なたの体力はそれほどまでに削られてい
she's
る
like,
の
but
で
hear
す。
me out. I'll
きち
do
ん
it
と自
anyways.
覚してください。
Your physical strength has been greatly diminished. You must understand. All right, but perhaps sensing my reluctance, Seiya stood up with a wary smile on his face.
ひとまず HO へ行きましょう。あなたをカリファの空気で浄化しなくてはいけませんし、資料も閲覧したいので。
For now, let's head to the HO. The purifying air of the Khalifa tree will do you good. Besides, there are some documents I'd like to look over. Seiya took out his smartphone and quickly swiped his finger across the screen. What are
休
you
暇の申
doing?
請を提出しておこうと思いまして。申請せずに HO へ行けば仕事を回されてしまいますから。
I submitted a request for leave. If I go to the HO without taking time off, I'll just get roped into doing some work. He's taking time off? For me, the workaholic who hasn't had a day off in 68 days? I'm sorry, I really didn't want to interrupt your work like this. As Seiya draped a robe over me, he chuckled softly with a
休
smile.
暇を申請する際、その理由を記載するのですが。
When applying for leave, one has to state the reason. As he spoke, he showed me the screen on his phone. It was the leave request application. In response to the reason for leave, he wrote spending time with someone very
ど
important.
うです？素敵な理由ではありませんか？
What do you think? A wonderful reason, yes? She's like, my heart! Let me just, like, watch this. Not break myself. Woo! Just lean a little bit more forward because my back. How could I not be touched by that? Oh my god. It will be so hard when we have to part. Girl, why are you talking about that now? I'm conditioned right now, by the way. I have a new desk. It does not have a bar that runs underneath it. My other desk did. And I used to kick that bar all the time. And every time I cross my legs right now, I'm ever so careful not to hit. And I'm like, man, I'm surprised I'm not hitting it. Because it's not there. It's not there. Can't hit something that's not there. It's just... Oh, I hit
う
auto.
つしおは現在午後1時。南が動く夜までには時間があります。
Guided by Seiya, we quickly left the house. In the living world, it's currently 1 p.m. That should give us enough time before Minami makes his move at night. Night? Does Minami only act at night in the living
お
world?
忘れですか？あれがムマだということを。
Have you forgotten? He's an incubus, a nightmare demon. That Minami might be haunting my family's dreams? The thought of my mom or sister having to endure such a terrible dream caused my heart to ache with anxiety. It was unbearable. We need to stop Minami before nightfall.
いいえ、それは得策ではありません。
The best
も
kind,
し
a
妨
nightmare
害に失
demon.
敗すれば、あれは確実にご家族
I
の
don't
夢に現れてし
think
ま
he's an incubus like Alan is. It's different. No, I don't think that's the wisest course of action. If we fail, then he'll definitely appear in your family's dreams. Seiya's brow furrowed slightly. He must be trying to figure out how to fight Minami. Do you have a plan? Seeing Seiya nod lightened my anxiety somewhat.
う。HO に見たい資料があります。それを確認しながら、私の考えを話しましょう。
No spoilers! Hi, Sleazy. Happy New Year.
そうなのね。
Oh, goodness. There's some materials I want to check while at the HO. Once I do so, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. Okay, got it. This is my problem, and it feels like Seiya is doing everything. Beep. He's not just protecting me, but my family
どう
too.
かしましたか？あまり見つめられると、私の愛が暴走してしまいますよ。
Something on your mind? If you keep staring at me like that, my love for you might overflow. Oh, how should I say this to him? I pause, then. Thank you so much for thinking this all through, for taking time off for me. Blah, 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 blah. He didn't like that answer. I thought he had a praise king. Sorry. Let's do this. Knowing that if I thanked him, Seiya would just dismiss it casually. So instead, Seiya, please allow me to express my gratitude. Oh. And ask for your help one more time. I can't just rely on him either. I have to do my part too. I felt Seiya's hand rest gently on my shoulder. Looking up, I saw his gentle
あなた
smile.
にこうしてお願いされるのも、これで最後になるでしょうね。
I suppose this really might be the last time you ask for my help like this. If this battle with Minami was the trial given to me by the god, as Seiya suspected, then this really might be the end. Then a fleeting thought crossed my mind. We may have to part far sooner than I
浮
thought.
かない顔をしていますが、もしや私との別れを惜しんでくれているのですか？
You seem upset, dreading our farewell, perhaps? I could tell by the tone of his voice that he was trying to lighten the mood by teasing me again, but yes. I do want to go back, but I also am sad about leaving you, Seiya. The words flowed out naturally without even the hint of pretense. I knew I shouldn't say such things, but I couldn't help myself.
いずれここでの出来事は思い出になり風化していきます。
Eventually, everything here will just be a fading memory. Seiya looked away, not wanting to make eyes with me as he spoke. Eye contact? After passing through a narrow alley, we emerged onto a bustling main street. There were beings resembling humans and others with horns or large fangs of various shapes and sizes. When I first arrived in Hell, I was terrified of all of these creatures, but now I seem to have gotten used to it. I guess that's a bit scary in itself. Leah. Seiya smoothly extended his arm towards me.
HO に向かう道すがら、ささやかな気分転換を楽しみ
How
ません
about we
か
take a little detour on our way to HO? It's not like your family might be in danger. He spoke with a welcoming smile. Yeah, that sounds great. I kicked the desk. That time I did. That was really me kicking the desk. Lol. Hang on. Let me slide that over a little bit. I linked my arm with his without a second thought. We're just going on a date now. It's like shopping at a bazaar. Let's go. I'm just so happy. Despite all the terrifying experiences since coming here, Seiya had always been a source of comfort for me. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. I looked up at Seiya with a wide smile and saw him smiling back at me just as warmly.
あなたの怯える様ばかり見てきたからでしょうか。
Goodness.
あなたが笑うと心が弾みます。
No rush, girl. Her family can wait. Listen, your life might be in danger, but hey. Maybe it's because I'm used to seeing you look worried, but seeing your smile like this really brightens up my
もっ
spirit.
と早くにこうして出歩いてみればよかった。
I wish we had done this earlier. I feel the
あ
same.
なたも私とこうしてみたかったと。
You wanted to spend time with me like this too? Only now. Well, I mean, it's because of all that what's happened that I feel this way about
も
you.
し私を異性として好いてくれているのなら、
If you have any affection for me as something more than just a
この
friend,
瞬間をデートとして楽しんでいただけませんか？
should we consider this time together as a date? His eyes flickered slightly. Always so steady and self-assured, he seemed somehow different. I began to realize how deeply he genuinely cared for me, and it made my heart beat quickly. Of course, I whispered quietly, sneaking a glance at him. His expression was filled with
あ
surprise.
あ、大変だ。
This is serious. Ah! Seiya flustered, pulled my hood down deep over my
もっ
face.
とフードを目深にかぶりなさい。私のために顔をあからめるその可愛らしい姿は私だけのものなのですから。
Keep your hood low. That adorable blushing face of yours, that should be for my eyes only.
決して他の者に見せてはいけません。そして決して他の者に目移りしないように。
Never show that face to anyone else and never let your eyes stray to others. Understood? Yes?
たった今、あなたは私を異性として意識していると認めました。奇跡が起きたのです。
Just now you acknowledge seeing me as a man. That's nothing short of a miracle to me. Well, when you say it like that... I lowered my face, flushed with
この
embarrassment.
奇跡を。外野に邪魔されてはいけないですから、フードは目深にかぶることよろしいですか？
I can't let outsiders disturb our little miracle, so keep your hood down, got it? Our miracle. But with my hood like this, I can only see the ground. How am I supposed to enjoy our date like this? He's too much. He truly is. Seiya then reluctantly lifted my hood slightly.
愛しいあなたとの初デートを楽しみたいというのにメンヘラがうずいてしまって。
I want to enjoy our first date together, and yet I can't stop worrying. That's so typical of you, Seiya.
その笑顔を他の者に見せたくはなかった。
I just don't want anyone else to see your smile. Oh, come on. Don't sigh so much. Do you want to ruin our date? Then Seiya reached out his arms to me again, and I nestled closer to him, my arms with him. Strolling arm in arm down the street, this hellish landscape seemed oddly appealing. Ah. I caught a glimpse inside a shop through its open door. That's one huge parfait. Inside I saw a denizen of hell salivating over a giant parfait. That looks so delicious. This music is way too chill. Yeah, we're just on a date right now. This is just a normal day. There's parfaits in hell too, huh? Seiya, hearing my comment, peered in the direction I was
パフェ
looking.
だけではなく、写しよにあるような普通の食事から、見るに耐えないゲテモノまで一通りあります。
This feels like a Cupid parasite, just a normal day stroll. Not just parfaits, we have all kinds of foods here. From everyday meals, like in the living world, to unimaginable
死者は
delicacies.
食べなくても体は持ちますが、食道楽はああして楽しんでいるみたいですよ。
The dead don't need food to live, but some seem to enjoy gorging themselves like that. I see. I closed my eyes and instantly thought of the parfaits from my favorite cake cafe back home. Cream, ice cream, fruits, and a little mix of everything. It was always so hard to figure out where to start. I swear I'll never get tired of that shop's parfaits. They really might be the one of my favorite
空
things.
腹を感じているのですか？
Are you feeling hungry? This question caught me off guard. I recalled being warned that feeling hungry was a dangerous sign in hell. I wouldn't really call it hungry, but it's not that I'm hungry, more that I'm just craving a parfait. It's a simple pleasure, but I just love eating sweets. It's one of my favorite things. Saying this, I noticed Seiya's face relax. He must have been concerned I was getting
という
hungry.
ことは、あなたは甘いものが好きなのですか？
So you've got a sweet tooth, huh? Yeah, I like cookies and donuts and ice cream. Hear me out. I'm just a normal girl. Indeed, for parfaits in particular, I'm fine. I don't know. Most of the parfaits I've had here are made with like straight yogurt, so I don't actually know the enjoyment of a parfait that you see in these. Seiya slowly lifted his gaze. His gaze seemed not to be fixated on the red sky above, but on some distant, otherworldly place, one even far removed from this
この
realm.
ような状況でなかったら、あんなものよりも豪華で美味しいパフェをご馳走して差し上げたい。
If things were different, I'd treat you to an even more delicious parfait than the one in that shop.
地獄のような陰気な場所ではなく、
Woohoo!
例えば、
Somewhere that wasn't here, for an example. We have a tourist city not too far called Frankenmuth. The food is so good. So I'm from a small town in Oklahoma, and there is a place I think it's in Arkansas. So I was like on the border, and it was called Queen Wilhelmina. And they had we used to go there every year to watch the leaves fall. They had a lovely forest. If I recall, they had a tree that had grown around a bike or something like that. And they had like a petting zoo and a train station, and we used to go there every year. That was like a tourist site, but it was definitely a small tourist site, if you get what I'm saying. But that was like my childhood like tourist city, but it wasn't really a city at all. But Frankenmuth sounds interesting. It sounds Danish. What is this? I'm gonna Google it. Watch this. Frankenmuth, Michigan. Am I saying this wrong? Oh, this looks adorable. It has a museum. Oh, that museum looks nice. Oh, that bridge looks nice. Okay, wait, I want to go here. Oh, look at these houses. Pavilion-style architect. Historical museum highlights the area's German roots. Michigan's military space. Hero museum. Nice, nice. It's called Little Bravari. That's adorable. Can I even spell Queen Wilhelmina? I don't think I can. Queen Wilhelmina State Park. It is in Oklahoma. Okay. No, it says Arkansas. Oddly enough, I looked up Oklahoma though when it made me do this. But yeah, Queen Wilhelmina. If we're talking about population, and this doesn't tell me it. Located atop Rick Mountain, Arkansas State, second highest peak, Queen Wilhelmina offers some of the most breathtaking views of the state. But yeah, that's where we used to visit when we were kids. Just because it was like the closest-ish pretty place to go. But we used to go just to watch like things change colors and stuff, and they had like a train station. Trains are big in Oklahoma and Arkansas. It has a similar vibe in terms of like why you're going. It's just very pretty, very cute. Somewhere that wasn't here, for example. Where are we going?
さあ、お好きなものをオーダーしてください。いくらでも食べて構いません。
Imagine this. It looks pretty. I googled it. Yeah, it is gorgeous. Like I said, we used to go once a year when I was a kid. Right when the leaves started changing colors. Go ahead, order whatever you fancy. Please eat as much as you like. Oh, Seiya, you really do understand me.
当たり前でしょ。あなたを隅々まで熟知しているのは世界でも数人いますが、
Naturally.
この私が
There are few in the world who truly know you and none other than I. That's certainly true, and I'm grateful for you. Nobody understands me like you do, but if I eat too much...
体型を気にしているのですか？いじらしいですね。
Worrying about your figure, are you? How
あな
adorable.
たの容姿がどのようなものになろうと、私はあなたを永遠に
Oh,
愛
this
し
is
てい
so,
ます。
so sad. No matter how you look, my affection for you is unwavering. Oh, Seiya, I love you so much. Well then, how about 10 parfaits?
さあ、10個でも20個でも好きなだけパフェを頼みなさい。
20? Order as many as you like. Ah, yes, thank you. I'll try 50. No.
と、まあこんな感じに。
Something like that. One parfait is more than enough. And everything else about that scene is just too weird. You don't get me at all.
そうして怒る姿も麗しい。ご安心ください。すべて妄想ですから。
You're beautiful even when you're angry. But fear not. This is just in my imagination. Seiya, I do wish you'd tone down your fantasies a bit. He was, of course, free to think whatever he wanted, but I didn't want his dreams of me getting too wild. He's having a good time. That's all that really matters. Right, Seiya? While my family might be in danger, just going on a date, eating parfaits, strolling arm in arm with her, even hell, haunted as it was by unsavory characters, seemed aglow. It was quite strange. Wow, this is quite a sight. Look at that. Together with Leah smiling and enjoying our date, I wanted nothing more than to keep looking at her. Yet I couldn't help but notice the stares of those around us. I need to keep an eye on the man who caught a glimpse of her smile as we walked by, and those troublemakers over there too. Seiya, what's with that look on your face? You look like you're going to stab
仕
someone.
方ないでしょう。あなたに色目を使う輩は放っておけません。
Is the bad ending for him? He's just her stalker, like an intense kind of stalker though, like the kind of stalker where that's like, it's like you're mine, and he puts me in a cage. Is he gonna put me in a cage? I can't help myself. I can't ignore those who look upon you with longing in their eyes. It's fine. I'm sure you're the only one who sees me that way.
あなたはご自分の魅力を分かっていないようですね。自覚していただきたいものです。
It seems you don't understand your own charm. As one have said before, she don't know she beautiful. I wish you could see it yourself. Well, if you say so. At this rate, I'll probably keep worrying even after she returns home. The sorrow of parting with Leah Ishiki is immense, and yet I don't want to squander the present, my last chance to be with her. I want to treasure every moment we have left together. In an attempt to coax back her smile, I grinned warmly at her. I wouldn't let anyone get in the way of our date. It should be one cage every decade. That's it. Every 10 years, we get a cage. Is that what you're saying? Love really does keep you on your toes. Can we go save my family now? Please? I kept hitting buttons. Time always seemed to fly when you're having fun, and before I knew it, we had nearly reached the HO.
資料を探してきますので、ここで少
Do I
々
have
お
a
待ち
bite? Does this thing bite me? My wrist is itching. I'll go fetch the document, so please wait here for a bit. That would scare me, wouldn't it? I think mosquito season's done. Am I wrong? Seiya! He's like, I'm on break. A staff member frantically ran up to
休暇
us.
申請が届いたんですけど、お休みを取るんですか？
We got your request for leave. Are you taking time off?
何を当たり前のことを言っているのですか？休暇申請とはそういうものでしょう。
What kind of question is that? Of course I am. That's what the whole point of a leave request.
そうなんですけど。
I know, I'm
びっ
just
くりしちゃって。
surprised.
だって、せいやさんが休暇なんて初めてじゃないですか。
This is the first time you've taken a day off, right, Seiya? I thought you took a day off recently. I blurted out the words without
誤
thinking.
解のないように言っておきますが、決められた休日は取っていますので。
Just to clear up confusion, yes, I normally take the designated holidays off.
それだって休日出勤しちゃうからあんまり意味ないじゃないですか。
But you usually end up working on those days, so it's not really a break, is it? This sounds like a conversation we've had with my sister. Then the staff member gave me a quick
大
glance.
切な人って彼女ですか？
Are you the important person he's taking time off with? Are you his girlfriend? Oh, that's right. That's what he used for his reason for taking time off. I just thought he phrased it like that to stop me from worrying about it. I hadn't expected him to actually submit it like
え
that.
え、私の愛する方です。
Yes, she's the one I love. Seiya!
なんです。本当のことですし、隠すようなことではありません。
It's the
むしろ
truth?
皆に知っておいてほしいくらいです。
Why hide it? I'd prefer if everyone knew,
こ
actually.
の方は私の愛する人なので手出し無用と伝
She's my
えておきたい
beloved.
ですから。
And therefore, she's off limits, spoken for.
うわー、大胆っすね。せいやさん、恋愛体質だと思ってたから意外でもなんでもないですけど。
How bold. Seiya, I never pegged you for the romantic type, but it's not entirely surprising. Oh, trust me, he is the romantic type. I cannot pinpoint who he reminds me of. Is it living or dead? Anime or fiction? You know, he reminds me of Canis. Kind of, where he's just very straightforward. He's like, yeah, that's why I did it. Yeah, that's why it said that. Yeah, that's why it looks like this.
そういうわけなので、これ以上彼女との時を邪魔しないでいただけますか？
It's got a bit of a yandere undertone. So with that being said, please refrain from disrupting our romantic time together. Seiya's stern smile, the staff member recoiled like a small animal.
失礼しました。
Sorry, excuse me. With that, the staff member scurried off. I feel bad for causing such a commotion. I apologize silently. After all, Seiya was the Grand Warder. While I don't know the specifics, his role was obviously very crucial. If Seiya doesn't usually take days off, he must be extremely busy.
まさかまだ休暇に対して申し訳ないと思っているのですか？
Are you still feeling guilty about me taking the day off? Yes, but you're helping me as part of your redemption, right? So you can forgive yourself. Seiya smiled and softly patted my
それ
hand.
は大前提にあるのですが、今の私はあなたに出会った時とは違う感情を抱いています。
That's right, but now what I feel for you goes beyond what it was when we first met. Ominous. So it's not just about your redemption.
ええ、 その通りです。あなたのためになるのなら、
That's right. I
すべ
want
て
to
して
do
差し上げたいのです。
everything in my power to help you.
ですからあなたも、私からされることすべて当たり前の権利だと思って、遠慮なく受け取りなさい。
You should accept all that I do for you as something I want to do for you without any guilt attached. He's so good at saying such flattering things. When you put it that way, I feel like my heart's gonna explode.
そういう初々しさも好きですよ。
How I adore that innocence of yours. As I bashfully tried to look away, his finger touched my chin, gently guiding my gaze to him.
隠さないで見せてください。私のためにする表情、そのすべてを。
Don't hide. I want to see every expression you have for me. I want to see every bit of it. Damn. Come on. Unable to look away from him, I closed my eyes and tried to escape, but... Ooh, Tamaki from... Tamaki-senpai from Orion, you know. Still an underrated show, by the way. Unable to look away from him, I closed my eyes and tried to escape, but his laughter full of joy filled the room, drawing glances from all his coworkers and leaving me feeling even more bashful. On our way to a private room, Seiya picked up a book along the way. The book radiated an ominous aura. It was clearly no ordinary book. From what I overheard, it was strictly forbidden to take the book outside of the HO. The book was pretty heavily guarded, huh? What's in it?
ここの HO が管理する地域の死者のリストです。
It's a registry of the dead managed by the HO for this district.
ごく一般的な死者から罪人まで、そのすべてが網羅されています。
It includes everyone from your average everyday person to vicious criminals. They're all cataloged in this book. I remembered when we first met, Seiya said my name wasn't on the list. Thinking about it again, it made sense. Given the nature of the HO's work, it made sense that he would keep a record of the dead. So people who aren't sinners are listed there too.
間違いのないよう念のためです。
Indeed they are, just to ensure no one goes unaccounted for. With that, Seiya placed the book on the desk and opened the cover.
このように左開きだと罪人が。
Why the lefties always gotta be sinners? Because they're too creative. See, when you open it to the left is a list of the damned. Then he shut the book, he flipped it over and opened it from the reverse side.
右開きだと無辜の民、すなわち罪なき人々が記載されています。
When you open it to the right, it lists the innocent, those without mortal
そして
sins.
真ん中を開くと、これから死ぬかもしれない人の名前が確認できます。
And if you open it in the middle, it shows the names of those who may die soon. It can predict the future.
予知というより AI のようなものです。
Well, not exactly a prediction, more like an AI. There's an AI inside the book.
まあ厳密に言えば別のものですが、人間のあらゆる行動のデータからこれから死ぬものを予測しているんです。
Check for a familiar name. I'm sure that's why they're there. He's trying to figure out who Minami's going after. Not exactly an AI. It forecasts potential deaths based on data from all human activities. I see. That's an amazing book. Deceased List, a mysterious book managed by the HO. It has a list of the dead who sinned, who are innocent, and names of those who are about to die.
まあ予測は予測。この本の通りにならない場合もありますので、確定した未来ではありません。
Still, predictions are just that. There are times when things don't unfold as the book predicts. It's not a definitive future. Seiya casually flipped to the middle of the book. As I peered over him to look, I saw various dates, times, places, causes of deaths, and names on those forecasts to soon die. But why are you checking the book now, girl?
南がどれほどの悪事を企んでいるか、もしかしたらここでわかるかもしれないからです。
I figure it may give us some insight to what Minami is planning. My heart pounded loudly. That's when I realized the name Seiya was looking for in the book. You're looking for the name of someone in my family, aren't you? He nodded and turned the
これ
page.
からの予定を見てみましょう。
Let's see what the future has in store. Names, names, so many names. His fingers glided ominously over the names. Please don't let their names be in here.
ありました。
There it is. There on the open page, I saw Seiya point to a familiar name. Ayami Ishiki. That's my mother's name. No matter how many times I looked, the result was always the same. There was my mother's name on the list of those scheduled to die.
死因は魂の消失。悪魔や死神が関わっていなければ、こうは書かれないでしょう。
The cause of death, soul disappearance. You only get a result like that if it's something involving Grim Reapers or the God of Death.
そしてここ。
And here right below it, there was the name Leah Ishiki. That's my name, too. The cause of the death was the same as mom's.
南が無魔の力を使うのは明白です。これであれの企みがわかりました。
Clearly, Minami is planning to use his power as a dream demon. With that, Seiya shut the book with a thud. I understood my name being there, but why my mother's
あな
name?
たと魂の契約をするのに必要なのでしょう。一式あやめの魂が。
It's part of the soul contract he wants with you. Your mom, Ayami Ishiki's soul, is likely key to the exchange. Then there's still some things I don't totally understand, but if it's written in the book, that means it's a potential future. But my mother, she's so strong to think she'd strike a deal with a
今
demon.
はどうでしょうか。
I wonder about that. What do you mean?
大体において悪魔のささやきに心が揺れ動く人間は精神が危うい状態です。
Demons often take advantage of those who are in fragile mental states.
今あなたのご家族の精神はあなたが行方不明となったことで危うい状態だと予想されます。
No doubt your family has been rather troubled by your sudden disappearance. As time passed here, time passes in the real world too. How much worry have I caused them? I was so preoccupied with my own concerns, I had forgotten how much suffering I'd put my family through. Realizing this, I...
冷静に。
Yeah, you've got to keep calm. Yeah, sure, keep calm. I'm about to die.
阻止できる未来だというのをお忘れなき。
Remember, this future can change. That's right, Seiya has said that before. I did my best to steady my rising emotions and tried to ponder the demon's next move. No doubt Minami's going to try and make a soul pact with my mother. But why? He intends to get me to exchange my soul for my mother's.
ええ、それ以外には考えられません。
Yes, there's no other conclusion. How could this be? I was shocked. Though I had been the one to suggest it, hearing Seiya confirm it made it feel real. I realized then how much I had underestimated Minami. There was nothing he wouldn't do to get to me. In that case, how can I possibly
方
stop
法
him?
は一つ。私が写しをへ赴き、悪魔払いをしましょう。
There's only one way. I must go to the realm of the living and conduct an exorcism. Seiya, you are...
死者です。一式あやめに見えるわけではないし、
Yes,
接しても声は
I
聞
am
こえま
dead.
せ
Your
ん。
mother won't be able to see or hear me.
ですが、南にさえ私の声が聞こえれば問題ありません。
But as long as Minami can hear me, hear my voice, there shouldn't be a problem. Seiya stared intently at me as he spoke.
神の加護がないこの地獄では無理ですが、目標が写し代であれば、エクソシストの力は有効。
In hell, a place devoid of God's grace, exorcism is impossible, but if he moves to the world of the living, it may be possible. He had mentioned before, when he was an exorcist in life, how his hands would tremble in the face of the demons. I knew his emotional scars hadn't yet healed. He gazed at the ceiling and slowly began to speak.
悪魔払いをするのは何十年ぶりか。ですが、死はこれを許してくれるでしょう。
It's been decades since I last performed an exorcism, but I know my mentor would understand. God will be on my side.
大切な人の大切なものを守るためならば、ね。
It's to protect someone precious, someone cherished. Overwhelmed, I instinctively reached out to him. I was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. The feelings I had for him swelled within me. I knew there were words I should say to him, words of encouragement or reassurance, but my heart was too full to say anything. Instead, I just held him tightly.
感動の抱擁はまだ取っておいてください。成功するとは限らないのですから。
Please save this embrace for later.
成功させますが。
There's no guarantee of success, but I will do everything I can. Taking a breath, Seiya began to speak in
あな
fragments.
たのためと言っておきながら、私はこれを乗り越えた時の己を思い描いてしまう。
While I say it's for your sake, I can't help but envision what it will be like if I overcome this.
父にようやく答えられるようなそんな気がするのです。
Perhaps I could finally face my father again.
このような時に。
Shameful of me to think of about myself at a time like this. It's okay. I want you to find peace as well. Surely Seiya's father would be watching over him, brimming with pride.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, Leah. Please, God, the God that spirited me away, give Seiya the strength to succeed. After offering my silent prayer, I stepped back from Seiya and his hands reached out to touch my cheek.
せっかくの美しい顔が台無しです。いや、涙さえも美しくはあるのですが。
Sadness doesn't belong on a face as beautiful as yours, though I suppose even tears can be beautiful. He softly dabbed away the tears welling up in my eyes. I felt my face growing hot with embarrassment, but I didn't pull away. Is there anything I can do?
黙って待っていなさい。と言っても、あなたは聞かないでしょ。
I could tell you to wait quietly here, but you wouldn't do that, would you? You sure know me, don't you, Seiya?
幸いにも、一式あやめが魂を奪われる日時は分かっています。私はそれよりも早く写し代へ赴き、一式あやめの様子を見ますので。
Luckily for us, we know Minami's plan is to strike your mother soon. I will head to the realm of the living and keep an eye out for her.
あなたは私からの指示を待って眠ってください。
Wait for my signal, then go to sleep. Sleep? Why? I can't just sleep while you're working to save my
もちろ
mother.
んそれだけではありません。あなたには一式あやめの夢に入っていただき
You
ま
won't
す。
be resting. You'll be entering your mother's dream. Enter my mother's dream like in Nightmare on Elm Street? We're Nightmare on Elm Streeting this? I don't remember Tamaki being so much of a hopeless romantic or obsessive. Definitely eccentric, though. He was pretty obsessive. I would argue obsessive is definitely in his nature. Hopeless romantic, not as much, because he's a little bit on the clueless. He's a little baka dede. Enter my mother's dream. Is that even possible?
思いの強さ、そしてタイミングが重要にはなりますが、他人の夢に入ることは可能です。
The strength of your emotions and timing will be key, but yes, entering the dream of another is indeed possible. While explaining, Seiya stood up and retrieved a book from the shelf. I followed him and took a peek at the book's cover. How to enter someone else's dream. The title's so obvious.
人の夢に入ってみたい。でもなかなかうまくいかない。そんなことを ありますよね。
He was always throwing compliments, so it felt similar. He only did it for ladies' smiles. Honestly, think of it like Sanji. Sanji also was constantly like, "Ah, what a beautiful woman. Ah, who could bear witness? The most important person in the universe." But he says it to every single girl he sees, so. Want to enter someone's dream, but you just can't do it. Happens to the best of us. What's gotten into you suddenly?
静かに冒頭を朗読しているのです。
Shh, I'm reading the introduction. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He's not going to read the entire book like this, right? You don't need to read it all, just the main points.
そうですね。後できちんと読んでもらうとして、夢に入るた
Never
めに必
trust
要なのは
blondes.
3
You
つ
know
だけ
what?
です。
It's pretty accurate. I mean, oh gosh, how many yanderes have been blondes? Are blondes all yanderes? Give me a yandere and tell me it's not a blonde. I'll wait. They'll put you in a cage. They'll drug you. Even though you're literally like, let's talk, they'll drug you anyways. Oh my god. I'll summarize it for you now, and you can read it later, but there are 3 things needed to enter another's
まず
dreams.
は夢見の力。
First is the power of dreaming.
対
Second,
象と同じ時間に眠りに入ること。
second is falling asleep at the same time as the target. And finally,
夢に入る前から対象を強く思い浮かべること。
the prince wasn't a yandere, but his brother was. Before falling asleep, you must strongly visualize the person. No. A blonde that is not a blonde, that's a yandere. I can't think of any yanderes that are not blonde. But the prince's brother is a yandere, and he's blonde. Toma, blonde. Lucas, blonde. Trying to think of other ones. Gil, technically, blonde. Before falling asleep, you must strongly visualize the person. The last one seems easy, but my mother in the mortal realm and I in hell, how are we going to fall asleep at the same time? He said he's going to tell you the clue. And what's this power of dreaming? I doubt I have any kind of mystic powers like that. Power needed to enter someone's dream. Of course, Minami has this power as he's an incubus.
同じ時刻に入眠する方法ですが、私がこれで連絡しますから。
As for falling asleep simultaneously, I'll notify you to fall asleep using this. Seiya then showed me his smartphone, but can I really manage to fall asleep at the exact same moment?
頑張ってくださいとしか言いようがありませんね。
You'll just have to do your best. There's no other way around it. I have my doubts, but if it's the only way to save my mother. Ways to enter a dream, a dubious book Seiya owns. It follows the conditions. If the following conditions are met, you can enter someone's dream. 1. Obtain the power of dreaming. 2. Think hard about the person whom you want to enter. 3. Sleep at the same time as the person whose dream you want to enter. You can substitute the power of dreaming with spiritual powers. Does she know what an incubus is? Like, that's gonna be weird to see in her mama's dream. They're acting like an incubus is just a demon. They're not. I don't know if we're translating something wrong in this, possibly, because it's just nightmares they're having. They're not having mexy dreams. They're just having nightmares.
それから夢見の力ですが、これは私が与えましょう。
I was like, yeah, I think it's just bad dreams. I don't think they're winking about the power of dreaming. Allow me to impart it to you.
私には他の死者にはない特別な
I
力
don't
が
actually
あ
have
りま
that
す。
power per se, but
そういうものは残念ながらありませんので、私の霊力をあなたに授けましょう。代用できると 記載がありましたので。
Do you have spiritual powers that I can impart to you? The book says that I can use it as a substitute. Oh my gosh, I have too many layers on. My leg is itching. What the heck? I have a blanket and a dress and like I'm wearing it like a towel. I'm having a moment. Is it really safe for me to gain some of Seiya's spiritual power? Will it be okay? If you transfer your powers to me, are you sure you'll be okay? I was especially worried because considering the mental toll of exorcism would take on him.
細かいところによく気がつくと褒めて差し上げたいのですが、今だけは気づいてほしくありませんでした。
I appreciate your attention to detail, but this is the one time I wish you hadn't thought things through. Seiya sighed in
あ
resignation.
なたに気休めを言っても仕方ありませんからお伝えしますが、私の魂に宿る力をあなたに分け与えます。
It's pointless to try and comfort you with words. I plan on sharing the power residing in my soul with you. The power in your soul? I can't accept
しか
that.
し、こうする他に道はありません。あなただけのためではない。
There's no
あな
other
た
way.
のお母様を救うためです。
Besides, it's not just for your sake, but to save your mother as well. I
気
understand,
に
but
病む必要などないのですよ。分け与えるのはほんの少し。私自身に影響が出ない程度ですから。
don't worry, I'll only share with you a small amount, just enough that it won't impact me. Is this really safe? It seemed Seiya was willing to sacrifice himself with a gentle
あ
smile.
なたに手伝っていただきたいことがあともう一つあります。
There's one more thing I need your help with.
悪魔払いには聖水が必須なのですが、地獄では手に入りませんから、カリファの花から抽出した液で代用します。
There seems to be some topics visited in this conversation. Yes, Bass. So basically, they're using the phrase incubus in this game. However, it's a nightmare demon. It's not an incubus. If you know what an incubus is, you know. But this is not what this incubus does. It just like haunts your dreams. Seiya, you're talking a lot. Mom is in danger. Dude, Seiya also took us on a date. Our mom's been in danger this whole time. Holy water is essential for the exorcism, but it's unattainable in hell. Instead, we'll use a liquid derived from the Khalifa flower. Seiya fetched an empty small bottle from the cupboard and passed it to me.
あなたの手で作りなさい。
You'll need to prepare it yourself. Pour your heart into it. Got it. Oh my gosh, we're living out my Nightmare on Elm Street dreams. Taking the small bottle, we headed to where the Khalifa tree blossomed. I just shoved all the petals inside. Chapter 9. Perfect. I'm gonna take a minute break so I can go to the bathroom. Hopefully there's sound right away, please. Perfect. I'm not gonna put the next chapter marker in until I come back, just so that people can skip to that if they are watching the after stream. So give me 1 second, guys. Also something my new desk doesn't have, so I'm probably gonna have to buy something for it. My old desk had a headset like holder, like underneath it, like you put your headset down there. This new one doesn't. I keep out of habit trying to reach for it. It doesn't exist. Just so sad. Alright, let's see. How we do? I also gotta find my charger because this is gonna die soon. I can feel it in my soul. I lost my charger when we moved everything around too. Alright, we're on chapter 9, guys. We're doing it. To create our holy water substitute, I joined Seiya to gather the Khalifa petals. Seiya gestured towards the tree, using the power of his spirit to get the petals to fall, and I gathered them one by one into a large basket. If we fill this basket, we'll have quite a lot. What do we do next?
花びらから液を抽出し、生成するのでまだまだかかります。疲れたら言ってくださいね。
Don't worry, not Gatorade, it's Powerade. We'll extract and refine the liquids from the petals, so we've still got a long ways to go. Let me know when you're tired. If you get tired, I'm okay. It's for my mom, after all, so I want to do it. We need to finish before tonight, which means we need to hurry. As I gather the petals, I thought about how this might be my last day in hell. With no day or night, it was hard to tell the passing of time, but I figured this was about how much time I had left. Which means I have to say goodbye to him tomorrow. I stole a glance at Seiya. Maybe during these last fleeting moments with him, I can speak truthfully with him. I'm really glad I met you. I don't want to part. Oh dear. I'm gonna take my... Oh. I can lean back so far right now. Wait, that's a problem. I didn't want to accident a button. Alright. Oh wait, I was gonna save. Let's see. I'm glad I met you. We'll likely have to part ways soon and I'm gonna miss you. You didn't like that? How did you not like that? I'm so bad at guessing what this guy wants to hear. I did it right for like 3 and then after that I haven't got one right since. I'm glad I met you, my guy. You might be upset at me for saying this, but with that as my introduction, I shared with him my true thoughts. I'm glad that God gave me this challenge. It allowed me to meet you, Seiya. After lowering his hand from the tree, Seiya turned his gaze towards me.
あなたも同じだとは思いませんでした。
I never imagined you'd feel the same. Then you agree? Seiya nodded with a wary smile and let out a deep sigh.
愛しい人の不幸を喜ぶ私は身勝手で、自身でも呆れています。しかし、どうにもならない。
Rejoicing in the misfortune of a loved one is selfish. I'm appalled at myself, but it's beyond my
許
control.
してください。この歪んだ愛情は制御できないのです。
Forgive me, Leah, but this love I feel for you is something I just cannot control. There's nothing to forgive. I feel the same way, so we're in the same boat. Seiya looked back at me,
あ
surprised.
なたも私に対して異常なまでに歪んで深い愛情を持っていると。
Then you hold this twisted, all-consuming affection for me as well. Yeah, I guess. Why do I feel like he's always taking my expressions of love and cranking them up to 11? Well, I don't know if I would go that far.
テレアさんですね。そんなあなたも好きですよ。
You're so shy. I simply love that about you. How does he say that kind of stuff like it's nothing? Seiya once more reached towards the tree, eliciting a cascade of Khalifa flowers. I continued my task gathering the petals and placing them in the
あなたは
basket.
強く成長されていっていると思います。そして同時に私も自身の心に変化を感じているのです。
I believe you've grown stronger. At the same time, I also feel a change in my own heart. A change in his heart. Is it about the two sins you mentioned?
この地獄に落ち、HO の職員として働き、日々仕事をこなしても、私の中にある罪の意識が変わることはありませんでした。
Despite my fall into hell and my role at the HO carrying out my duties and the weight of my sins remained unaltered in my
で
consciousness.
すが、あなたと出会ってからというもの、この心にあった暗闇に光が差し込んだのです。
But since meeting you, a light has pierced the darkness that nearly consumed me. I felt that he was thanking me for this, and it made me happy. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but to think that our meeting has helped us both, it really is incredible that what a god can do. Seiya then gently shook his head.
神は私まで救おうとはしていないと思います。ですから、心の変化はあなたのおかげなのですよ。
I don't think this god intended for you to save me. This transformation in my heart is all you're doing. You're so welcome, buddy. Whee! I leaned too far forward. Oh no. I needed more back. Oh, oops. I got it. I got this. I know what I'm doing. There we go. To think that God intended for you to save me. I don't think that God intended for you to save me. This transformation of my heart is all you're doing. Hearing him say those words made me hear my heart leap. My heart. All I did was pray for your sins to be forgiven. The time I kissed your neck. Seiya, you did this yourself, my guy.
つつましいのはあなたの美点ではありますが、それ以上は言わないでください。
Your modesty is one of your virtues, but please say no more.
私はあなたに救われている。それでいいではありませんか。
I was saved by you, and that's truly all that matters. It was clear there was nothing more to be said. Alright, it just makes me happy to know that I've been able to support you, Seiya. After exchanging smiles, we returned to the task at hand. Oh snap, let's go! When the basket... Wait, did I do that right? Okay. When the basket Leah held was brimming with Khalifa
そ
petals.
のくらいでいいでしょう。一度休憩しましょうか。
That should be enough. Let's take a break. Okay, so we should be able to refine these petals into holy water that can save my mom. She spoke carefully, yet I could tell how concerned she still was. Not to mention that she'd hesitated to talk about her future career with me. After facing Minami and overcoming that ordeal, I could tell her heart had grown much stronger. I had assumed this was the god's plan, but was this truly what he intended? Her getting stronger would no doubt help her face her issues back home, but was that truly a solution? I wanted to help her find a true solution. I wanted her to return home and to be happy. I wanted a beautiful future with her. For her. Sorry, I added that. If only I could help solve all the troubles. All that troubles her, Leah. Responding to my call, she looked up at me, a faint smile on her lips.
カゴをお持ちしましょう。
Let me carry the basket for you. Thank you. It feels wrong to push her. I'll wait for her to open up to me. Though we shared a deep affection for each other, the reality of our situation had not changed, nor could it ever change. Leah has her life back in the mortal realm. Perhaps that's for the best anyway, at least for her sake. Honestly, I hate how long the perspective change takes. After we finished gathering the Khalifa petals, we took a seat on a nearby bench to rest. Now we just needed to refine them, and we're done. My thoughts drifted to the list of the deceased I saw in Seiya's room. Once my mom's name and my name were off it, I could truly return home. I had to defeat Minami. But what if? Even if we managed to exorcise him this time, what about the next time? I can't see Minami giving up after just one setback. While pondering this, Seiya's hand gently found mine.
不安なのでしょ
You're worried, aren't you? Seiya can read me like a book. I grasped his hand tightly, seeking comfort from it. Even if we exorcise Minami now, I'm afraid he might come back and try the same thing again.
忘れているようですね。写し世へ帰れさえすれば、南はあなたに手出しできないと。
It seems you've forgotten once you're back in the real world, Minami won't be able to lay a hand on you. How so?
あなたには、あなたを溺愛する神がついているのですよ。
Remember, you've got a god up there watching over you.
抱える問題に立ち向かえるよう神隠しを起こし、
The
あ
god
な
that
たを
spirited
強
you
い
to you
心へ
away
と成長させたい。
so you could grow stronger.
そこまでする神ですから、あなたから簡単に離れるとは思えません。
A god who went to such lengths for you surely won't let you slip away. Right, that makes sense. Minami mentioned that before. In the real world, the god was by my side, so Minami couldn't get near. He revealed his demonic nature to me because he wanted to get my soul before I could return to the mortal realm. But this realization, Minami's actions started to make sense.
不安は解消されましたか
Do you feel a bit more at ease now? No, not really, because if this god cared so much about me, why isn't he protecting my mom? Thank you. Seiya nodded contently before shifting his gaze away again.
あれも腹の中のものに必死に抗って邪悪さが増している。
Minami is desperately battling something within himself. His malevolence is growing. There's something inside Minami? Before I could ask, Seiya tightened his grip on my
他
hand.
にも不安があるのなら、今のうちにすべて私に吐き出しなさい。
If there's anything else troubling you, now's the time to
あなたも
ask.
知っての通り、悪魔に立ち向かうには強い心が必須なのですから。
Remember, confronting a demon demands a strong and sure heart free of doubt. The lingering questions I had for this world faded, and a new worry surfaced. About my career path survey, the things that had caused me to be spirited away in the first place. Perhaps I should ask Seiya. Then I remembered.
あなたも心を寄せる愛願わそう願
Someone close to my heart. Seiya, I have something to ask. I met his gaze, feeling a mix of anxiety and urgency. Would you mind listening? It's about the issue I've been struggling with, my future. Seiya's expression softened almost as if he was
ず
relieved.
っとそう言ってくださるのを待っていました。
I've been waiting for you to talk to me about this. Okay. His warm gaze enveloped me, and he held my hand tight in his. I knew that telling him about this burden might trouble him. It sounded petty. Maybe that was why his kind response nearly brought tears to my eyes. Thank you. Struggling to hold back my emotions, I took a deep breath. I guess I should start with my father. I gazed up at the sky, revisiting memories of my father from when I was little. My father was a doctor, but when I was 6, he passed away. He was always busy with his work, so I don't have many memories with him, but he always found time for me. I loved my dad, I really did. My mom did too, maybe even more than I did. Maybe. After he passed away, my mother would always talk about him to me. She's like, I don't really remember my dad. I think my mom might have loved him more than me. I'm pretty sure she loved your dad more than you loved your dad because she remembers him a lot better than you at this point. Because someone admirable like your father, become someone admirable like your father. As a doctor, my father was a man of many achievements. He never gave up on his patients. He did everything he could to save them. You should be a doctor like your father. Back then, I always just assumed I'd become a doctor too, but then I studied like my mom told me to. I aimed to go to Sengen University's medical school, but at some point I began to question, why do I want to be a doctor? Because it's what mom wants. That was the only reason that came to mind. I couldn't seem to find my own desire in it. What do I want to become? I'm hesitant to pursue the path my mother laid out for me, yet I don't know what I want. But I can't stay like this. I need to pursue the path that's truly mine. That's what I believed. But I couldn't tell my mother how I truly felt, and so I just kept running. I shifted my gaze from the sky back to Seiya, who was listening intently. I do want to become someone admirable like my father, but I'm scared of how my mom would react if she knew what I was really thinking. I paused and looked towards the ground. As the long silence lingered, I couldn't bring myself to look up at him.
これは私の考えですが。
This is just my opinion, but Seiya's gentle voice made me slowly raise my eyes. I watched his lips, anticipating his next
あ
words.
なたのお母様はお父様を忘れられていないのではと思います。
I think your mom hasn't fully let go of your father.
大切なものがなくなる悲しみはそう簡単に拭えるものではありません。月日がいくら流れようとも。
Losing someone you love deeply, that amount of sorrow doesn't just go away no matter how much time passes. His voice carried a trace of knowing emotion, as if he was drawn from his own past. I sensed that too. I know she still loves my father, and as her daughter, that makes me happy, but...
ですが、生きているものがあまり個人に思い馳せすぎるのはいけない。言っている意味はわかりますね。
It's not healthy for the living to cling too tightly to the dead. You understand what I'm saying, right? You think she's projecting my father onto me?
真実はわかりませんが、私はそう感じました。
I can't say for sure, but I guess so. Mom raised me alone. She probably felt compelled to raise me to become as remarkable as her late husband. That was what she thought. Seiya's words about my mother, about her not letting go of my dad. A cold, sad feeling spread through my chest. Then what should I do? As my heart sank into darkness, a gentle touch brushed my head. Looking up, I found Seiya's comfortingly stroking my hair. Seiya, my guy, you have talked so much, bro. My mom's dying. Oh no, it really is Nightmare on Elm Street. I found Seiya's comfortably stroking my
あな
hair.
たもお母様もそろそろ前を向く時なのです。
You and your mom, it's time you both start looking ahead,
あな
okay?
たは己の希望する未来へ。お母様はお父様を見送れるように。
You towards the future you want, and your mom towards letting go of your dad. Listen, easier said than done, my guy.
そんな新しい風を吹かせられるのはあなたしかいないと。
I believe you're the only one who can initiate this change. Me? Seiya nodded with a reassuring smile, but my heart still felt uncertain. I don't feel very confident about that.
それなら自信をつけなさい。お父様のような立派な人間になるのでしょ。
Find the confidence. You want to be admirable like your father, right?
あなたは私を救った人。立派で素敵な人なのですから、愛するお母様を救えないはずがない。
You're the one who saved me. You are already someone worthy of admiration. I'm sure you'll be able to help your mother move on. It seemed he was able to say this because he truly trusted me. And because he's always been there for me, I was able to believe him. His words gave me newfound confidence in
お母
myself.
様の目を覚まさせ、前を向かせられますね。
You'll be able to help your mother look forward and regain awareness, right? Yes.
いい返事で結構。 今のあなたなら写し世へ帰った後、全く違った景色を見ることができるでしょう。
That's the spirit. Keep that mindset, and when you return to the mortal realm, you'll see things in a whole new light. Seiya's smile beamed with genuine happiness. I'm so thankful I could talk to you, Seiya, to have someone close to my heart. Seiya's smile softened, and he slightly blushed. I knew the time had come to tell him all the things I'd been holding back. I love you, Seiya. Our time together was coming to an end, but I couldn't bear to keep these feelings to myself anymore. You're the first person I've ever loved like this. Perhaps I'll never meet someone that loves me as much as he does, and that's okay. I resolve to keep Seiya forever in my heart.
あなたから恋情を感じてはいましたが、今ほど愛されていると思った瞬間はない。
I've long known you love me, but I sense it in a way I never have before now. Okay. Conceded a little bit? Jeez. Seiya's fingers gently lifted my chin.
それでも、きっと私の方があなた
Now he's
を
bragging.
愛している。
Even so, I believe I love you more. Okay. Seiya's face inched closer, and I closed my eyes, preparing for his embrace. Oh my goodness. That was unexpected. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's open mouth. That's not even a kiss. Oh my god. Our lips met but this time the chill from before was absent. Perhaps it was our mutual love that brought that warmth. From Seiya, usually so composed, came a kiss, so laced with passion, I fell deep into a world void of anything but his love. All that talking, he was prepared with that tongue shaking my That's true. He had a workout before this. My mind reeled. I want to soak up every part of this moment. I want to match his affection, and I poured my own feelings for him into the kiss. I pushed aside all other feelings, all fear, all hope, all dreams. I gave him only my love and forgot about everything else. Like, who cares, right? As our lips parted, I was left wanting
これ
more.
を最後のキスにはしたくありません。
I don't want this to be our last kiss. Okay.
ですから、私はあなたが亡くなるのを待っています。
A chin grab. You know, I also like the, is it the back and neck? The back and neck pull. That's always good. Hand and hair. You know. So Leah, I'll wait for you on the other side. Coming from anyone else, Seiya's words would have been chilling, but from him, then please wait for me. I replied brightly, trying to keep the mood light.
その顔は私だけにしてください。
Keep that smile just for me. It's going to be tough to not smile around others.
笑顔は笑顔でも、今のは特別に可愛らしかったですから。
A smile is a smile, but that one just now was especially cute. Really? I blushed, flattered by his words.
そうして頬をあからめるのも私だけに。よろしいですか？
Use that mouth for something other than talking? Like, listen. I know we've been deprived for a while, but we don't have to be depraved because of it. Goodness gracious. Also that blushing. Save that for me too, okay? Seiya gently stroked my cheek. It tickled, yet there was something strangely comforting about it. He never took his gloves off, by the way. Alright, I understand.
キスだけで終わらせるのは辛い。
He heard you. It's hard to stop with just a kiss.
なんです？愛おしい女性と肌を重ねたいと思うのは当然でしょ？
What? Isn't it natural to want to be close to the one you love? I was speechless, overwhelmed by his boldness.
再会した暁にはあなたをたっぷり愛しますので 心の準備をしてから生涯を終えてくださいね。
When we reunite, I will shower you with love. Be prepared. I was momentarily frozen seeing Seiya say this with a mischievous smile on his face. In a room filled with unusual instruments, we extracted the liquid from the Khalifa petals. Then, after completing the purification process, we made our way to Seiya's private room. Is it really okay for me to use your private room to sleep in?
ええ、エレベーターの場所を考えればその方がいいでしょう。それに
Yes, given the location of the elevator, that's probably for the best. Also,
HO ならば南が入ってくる可能性は低いと考えています。
I think it's unlikely for Minami to try and intrude if we stay in the HO. You think he might try to come here? Sus, bro, real sus. But my mother's name was on the book. She's in the real world, so why would Minami come here?
リストは予測するだけで確かな情報ではないと言ったでしょ。
Now my bedsheets smell like you. It's not a song lyric. The list is only a list of predictions. Remember, it's not definitive. Yes, but
南の気が変わり、
that's
あ
my
なたを
life. I like
さら
that
おう
more
と
than
するかも
yes
しれない。
and. Minami might still change his mind and try to abduct
あ
you.
れに捕まれば、あなたは生き地獄を味わわされてしまう。
If he catches you, you'd be subjected to a truly living nightmare. Seiya's voice trailed off as he stopped. Then he reached into his coat and pulled something out. That's the gun, the one you used on Reika?
これをあなたに渡しておきます。南が侵入してきたら、ためらわずに撃ちなさい。
I think it's an Ed Sheeran song. Ooh, it probably is. I've listened to Ed Sheeran for a very long time. Shape of You, Ed Sheeran. Yep. I saw him in concert once. It was not an enjoyable experience because I'm short, and it was like all standing room. I remember this very much. It was not a good time for me. I was so short. This is why I usually get to concerts early. I didn't think it would be that bad in this particular instance. I was apparently extremely wrong. I also didn't realize what the layout of this place was. I didn't realize it was basically all standing room. I thought there would be like a backish area. But it was gorgeous. Listening to him is great, but like I could barely see him. I feel in the shortness. Yeah, I'm too short for my own good. I think I already showed it. There was a concert I went to where it's again standing room. This isn't a concert I was going to because I'm like a fan of the band. I was just there because they had an extra ticket and they asked if we wanted to go. So it wasn't one of those situations where like I need to get there early so I can have a good seat, blah, 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 blah. Also, I had never been to this venue. Just the back of someone. This person in front of me was 6'5" at least. I'm 5'2", yo. His shoulders were above my head. Like, he was so tall. And that's all I could see. It was really funny because a guy, like, saw me at one point and said, "Can you see?" And I'm like, nah. I'm giving this to you. If Minami comes here, don't hesitate to shoot him. I'm taller. I'm 5'3". Yay! I'm so proud of you. I was supposed to be 5'3". Never hit it. You said it's unlikely he'll try to abduct me here.
それでもです。お願いですから。
But yeah, if it's a standing room only kind of thing, and I like the artist, I try to get early so I can see. I've had my concerts ruined too many a times for being short. I also bought heels, not heels, platforms, specifically for concerts, but they hurt my feet. They hurt my feetsies. I have a weak constitute, and they hurt. I think it's best if you keep it. The thought of leaving you here alone and defenseless makes me worried. Despite my hesitation to take the gun from him, I didn't want to worry Seiya any further. Got it. I took the gun from Seiya, feeling the tension in my chest rise. Despite its small size, it was surprisingly heavy, its cold metal pressing into my hand. Memories of Reika disappearing flooded back, filling me with apprehension. Can I really shoot Minami if I have to? The thought of potentially taking a life, even the life of a demon, was daunting. Even if Minami does show up, I hope it doesn't come to using this. Lost in fear about a confrontation with him, my head started spinning. Seiya quickly steadied me. My head hurts. Our time is running short. His words were dripping with urgency. I'd felt sleepy from being exposed to the air here, but this was the first time my head hurt. I'm fine. I'll bear it until we save my mom. By the way, do you have any food on you? That's brave of you, but for now, lean on me. With those words, Seiya gently lifted me into his arms. Thank you. I rested my head on his shoulders, snuggling close. Doing this felt like it eased my mind, bringing me some peace. I should be the one thanking you. Allow me to pamper you like this. It's only because it's you, Seiya. You're the only one I'd let pamper me like this. I felt a soft touch on my forehead and soon realized he was kissing me. I think that kiss cured my headache. Okay, calm down. It's filled with love. Of course I'd cure something as simple as a headache. That makes sense. While enjoying this gentle conversation, Seiya carried me in his arms to his private quarters. Seemed a bit much, but alright. After being laid down on the sofa, I went over things one last time with Seiya. Based on the time of death that was listed, we could predict when my mom could likely go to sleep. Seiya promised to stay by my side until the last possible moment. Predicting doesn't mean accurate. I wouldn't stay there that long. Then, if he sensed Minami near my mom, he would contact me. Once you receive my message, fall asleep immediately. Understood. I think I'll be able to fall asleep right away. Since I had gotten the headache before, I had felt very tired. Wait, I haven't received any spiritual power from you yet. Didn't you feel it? I gave it to you during our kiss. I was too focused on the kiss. Huh? You mean you were only kissing me to give me spiritual power? I thought it was just a natural kiss. I had no idea he was also giving me power. I was actually quite shocked. I guess compared to my deep love for you, even my spiritual power seems weak. Ha 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 ha. That's kind of annoying. I thought it was just a kiss. What's wrong? You didn't tell me. I didn't want to ruin the moment. I guess that makes sense. In that case, I guess it's okay. Seiya knelt down, reaching his hand out towards me. His thumb brushed against my lips, making my heart jump. The first kiss was work, the second was to give you power, and this third kiss, I want it to be a kiss free of any other meaning. Simply a kiss of love. With you. His words so full of longing made my heart twinge, if only. Just as I was about to speak, Seiya's fingers pulled back. Let's save that moment until everything is complete. Yes, that sounds good.
I
forgot to mention before, when you enter your mother's dream, be sure to talk to her. Make her listen to your voice instead of the demons. Right, I'll speak from the bottom of my heart and overpower Minami. I must ensure my mother isn't deceived by Minami's lies.
あなたとお母様の間にある絆を信じなさい。そして、あなた自身も南に惑わされないよう心を強く持ちなさい。
Trust in the bond you have with your mother. Keep your heart firm, unswayed by Minami. I nodded firmly at Seiya's words. Seiya, thank you again for all of your support, my guy. Seiya smiled gently and stroked my head.
あなたには悲劇でしょうから大変申し訳ないのですが、このような機会に恵まれ、私は幸運です。
I'm sorry for all the trouble you've encountered, but I am truly grateful for this opportunity. There's no need for you to feel sorry, Seiya. Besides, I think I know what you mean.
この上なく嬉しい言葉ですね。ありがとうございます。
I'm very glad to hear that, thank you. This struggle isn't mine alone. It's important for Seiya too. We're both facing down our demons, literally.
離れていても思いは一つ。あなたとのつながりを感じていられれば、私はどんなことがあっても強くあれます。
Even if we're apart, our hearts are one. I'll stay strong no matter what. I feel the same way. As we both nodded in agreement, Seiya's phone alarm sounded. It's time. It's time.
悪魔払いが終わったら、緊急措置を使ってすぐにここへ帰ってきます。
Once the exorcism is finished, I'll use emergency measures to return here immediately. Okay, but is it okay to use those emergency measures for personal reasons?
お母様から南を払った後、この地獄であれが直接あなたを襲う可能性を考慮しているのです。
After driving Minami out of your mother, I worry he might target you here in hell. His concern, though indirect, is palatable. I grasped his hand. I'll be praying for your redemption, Seiya. With these words, I kissed his hand. Then Seiya held my hand and gently brought it to his lips as well.
抱えるものすべてが消え、あなたに輝かしい未来が訪れますように。
May all that you carry be lifted and may the bright future await you. He kissed my hand softly, then let go. I stepped away from the elevator as Seiya laid his hands on the
そ
crystal.
れではまた後で。
Alright, see
行
you
ってまい
soon.
ります。
I'm off. Take care. Bye-bye. Seiya vanished, and a profound silence fell over the room. My mother will likely go to sleep in about an hour. But that was just an estimate. I had no idea when I would actually get the call. I moved to the sofa and laid down instantly. Don't fall asleep. I'm so nervous. Don't fall asleep. You'll die. Clutching the smartphone with both hands, I tried to steady my racing heart and tried to let my thoughts in my head quiet down. About 30 minutes had passed since Seiya departed for the mortal realm. A sudden knock on the door jolted me upright. Oh, that's terrifying. Who could that be? Don't answer it. I'd secured the door well to keep Minami out, and it would be impossible for anyone else to get in without unlocking it.
せいやさんの部下です。
Leah, are you in there? I'm Seiya's assistant. Relieved to hear the voice of a staff member, I approached the door. Girl, do not go there. Seiya isn't here right now, so please come back
い
later.
え、あなたに用事があるというか、護衛を任されたんです。せいやさんから聞いていませんか？
Girl, no. Girl, no! Actually, my visit concerns you. I'm actually appointed as your guard. Seiya didn't inform you about this. A guard? No, you didn't mention anything like that. I'll open the door now. Do not open the door! Don't do it! Stupid. I unlocked the door. Doors multiple locks, but paused before unlocking the next. Why would we go to the trouble of locking this place up if Seiya was planning on sending a guard? The thought it could be Minami flashed in my mind, sending fear streaking through me. But that voice doesn't sound like Minami. It's not like he can impersonate somebody else.
どうしたんですか？あ、もしかして倒れていたり。すぐに開けてください。
Leah, what's wrong? Perhaps you're feeling unwell. In that case, please open the door right away. With a voice of concern, the door handle began to rattle. I'm going to open the door. I'm going to open the door because I want to see what happens. But I'm pretty sure it's Minami. I'm pretty sure we're going to die. I'm fine. Sorry. I opened the door right away. Please wait one moment. I was worried the guard would tell Seiya I wasn't feeling well. Then he would rush back instead of exercising Minami. After unlocking the remaining locks, I opened the door and...
神からお前を守りに来てあげたよ。うつしおに帰らないように。ね。
I'm here to guard you from that nasty god in the mortal realm. I made a terrible mistake. I have to get the gun. But as I moved, Minami grabbed my arm. The Khalifa flower I had in my pocket should have sent a spark through him. It should have given me a moment to pull the gun from my pocket. But Minami never let go of my arm.
お前の魂をもらうためなら何があっても離さない。
I won't let go no matter what. I've come for your soul. The person in front of me was not the Minami I once knew. What should I do? A rich, sweet scent tickled my nose.
夢の中で会おう。お前の精神を崩壊させてあげる。
Is that why he has two different colored eyes? Because he's actually two different people? Is that why? Is that why he has a red eye and a yellow eye? Next time you meet in your dreams, I will shatter your will to resist. After that, when I fell into his dream, I was filled with regret. A mental torture so severe awaited me, I lost all my will to live. Had I known it would end up like this, I would never have tried so hard. I should have just given up. I feel like that could have ended better. Ending incubus. Saying that could have had a better. That could have been a better bad ending. It was kind of boring. Anyways, as a reminder, if you hadn't gone over this in the plans, don't open the door. How did this person know my name? Since arriving in hell, only Seiya and Minami had called me by my name. And with Seiya gone, a chill ran down my spine. Paralyzed with fear, I couldn't speak. I had unlocked one lock. But many more remained. Quietly, my hand slipped into my pockets and I silently drew out the gun.
どうしたんですか？何か言ってください。
What's wrong? Please say something.
どうしよう。せいやさんに連絡を取らなきゃ。
Oh no, what should I do? I need to contact Seiya right away. I hesitated for a moment at those words, but I could send a message to Seiya myself. I waited without moving and the voice eventually faded away. Are they gone? Cautiously, I pressed my ear against the door. I can't hear anything, only
聞いて
silence.
るんでしょ？聞いてるんでしょ？
God, I love his voice so much. I love when he's crazy. Is that bad? I need to do something. I got too many saves now. I know, Master, I know this one I'm pretty sure is being used already. Select topic. Is that an accident? That must be an accident. Leah, you're listening now, aren't you? Despite the door being between us, the voice seemed to whisper directly into my ear.
10秒待ってあげる。それを過ぎたら
I'll give you another 10 seconds after that.
お前の大切なものを奪いに行くよ。
I take something precious to you? No,
10、
wait.
9、8、7
10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown began and a shroud of panic clouded my mind. What do I do? If I don't open the door, my mother, Seiya's image flashed before me.
2、1
3, 2, 1. I won't open it. I won't let you take anything precious. I won't lose to you. I firmly spoke the words and heard a cruel chuckle emerge from within my mind.
それじゃあ奪ってくるね。手始めにお前の母親を。
And off I go. I start with your mother. After his words, his footsteps receded, but his words continued to linger in my heart. After Minami left, more time passed. Unsettled by what had just happened, I laid down on the sofa and prepared myself for sleep. Then the call I had been waiting for arrived. I tapped the screen and brought the phone to my ear.
もう間もなくでお母様は眠りにつくかと思われます。
Sorry to keep you waiting. Your mother will soon go to sleep. By the way, I heard him.
気配も感じ取れていますので、あなたは眠る準備をしてください。
I feel Minami's presence nearby. Get ready to sleep. True to his words, Minami is going after my mother. Earlier, Minami came here. I then proceeded to tell Seiya what happened.
あなたが無事で何よりです。いい判断でしたね。
On a different reality, I did open the door, but I just didn't see what would happen. I'm a curious cat by nature. I'm glad you're safe. You were wise not to open the door. Despite Seiya's kind words, my heart was still tense. At the end, he said he would start with my mother.
ただのハったりですよ。あなたの不安を煽っているだけです。
That's just a bluff. He's trying to rattle you. He must really be desperate.
あなたには私がついているというのを忘れてい
I
る
know
よう
such
で
as
すね。
he seems to have forgotten I'm on your side. Let's show him what you're capable of. Seiya spoke with such confidence that I found myself momentarily taken aback. That's right. I shouldn't let Minami's threats get to me. I'll do my best. I should have already went to bed. Now that your mother has gone to bed, are you ready to sleep? Yes, I'm ready. All right, good night. After the call, I promptly shut my eyes. In my mind, I pictured my mother. Mom, hold on. I'll be there shortly. Even though I was aware I was asleep, is this my mother's dream? The scene looked very much like the one Minami crafted for me before. Yet there was a subtle warmth, a comforting sense of reassurance. I did it. I really made it. Then in the next moment, the scene shifted abruptly, morphing into our living room. Why did the scene change? Scanning the living room, I spotted a familiar figure near the dining table.
どこに行っちゃったの?
Leah, where did you go? Sitting in a chair, head bowed, I saw a figure of my mother.
お願いだから無事でいて。
Please let her be okay. Mom! I rushed over to her and knelt by her side. Mom, it's alright, I'm right here.
どこに行っていたの? 心配したんだから。
Yeah, where have you been? I've been so worried. Just as about to apologize.
お前の願いでしかない。
This is merely what you wish for. Minami's voice echoed through the room, yet he was nowhere to be seen.
願い?
A wish.
ああ、これはただの夢。お前の願望からできてるだけ。
Yes, this is just a dream born of your desires. No, it's not, Mom. Please listen to me.
実際、お前の娘は今とても危ない目に遭っている。あと数日もしないうちに死ぬだろう。
The thing is, your daughter's in grave danger. In a few days, she'll be dead.
あなた、誰なの? でたらめを言わないでちょうだい。娘はここにいるのよ。
Are you? What are you talking about? Leah's right here. To my surprise, my mother remained calm, and her rebuttal brought a wave of relief.
惑わされてるね。目が覚めたら絶望するだろうな。ただの夢だった。
You're being misled. You'll soon wake up in despair when you find out this was all a dream.
夢?
A dream? My mother looked at me anxiously. This isn't good. I clasped her hand, holding it firmly. Your daughter's right here. You feel me, right? I'm Leah.
そうよね。
Right, I see. She seemed a bit dazed, but it looked as though she was calming down. Maybe because you sound like a robot. Look, does this feel like your daughter to you? Why would you say that? Yet Minami's voice persisted.
娘が姿を消したと思う?
Why is it you think your daughter disappeared? What's he trying to imply?
お前が娘を縛り付けたからだ。嫌がっているというのに理想の将来を押し付けた。
It's because of you, the pressure you put on her, the change. She wanted to escape the future you were foisting upon her. My mother's hand shook intensely.
それが嫌になって逃げ出したんだ。母親のお前からな。それが原因で娘は今危険な状況にある。
She ran away because of that, away from you, her mother. That's why she's in danger now. That's not true.
私があの子を
I did that to my own child. I mean, you did do that, but that's not why I disappeared. Mom, wake up.
ああ、そうだ。このまま娘が死んでしまったら、それはお前のせいになる。
That's right. If she dies now, it'll be all your
お
fault.
前が娘を殺したんだ。
You killed your daughter. How can you say that? Frustration exploded within me, and I rose to my feet. My mother let go of my hand and placed her hands over her ears.
いや、やめて。
Stop, please. Mom, don't be afraid. What this voice is saying, they're just lies.
そうだわ。これは夢なのよ。この声も嘘。
Yes, this is
あ
a
なたも
dream.
嘘なのだわ。
That voice is a lie. You are a lie. Huh?
逃げるのか？現実から。さすが親子だ。逃げる癖は同じらしい。
Running away from reality, are we? Like mother, like daughter, I guess. Both quick to flee. Stop it. Stop trying to confuse her. I knew it was futile. Minami's voice was echoing directly into my brain. Yet I too placed my hands over my mom's ears and embraced
お
her.
前の夫はどうして死んだ？病気が発覚するのが遅かったからだろう？お前が気遣っていれば助かっただろう。
Minami! Whoa, that's dark. Why did your husband die again? They found that disease too late, didn't they? If only you had been more attentive to him. Just shut up. Stop talking. Go away. Leave this dream. He's a demon. Listen!
違う。違う違う違う。
Even demons have morals. No, 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 no. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's...
私のせいだわ。
It's all my fault. I don't like Minami right now. Don't worry, it's his other side. He's got he's got split personality disorder. There's no quick load, by the way. Mom, don't listen to him. That voice is demonic.
私のせい。私のせいだったんだわ。
It's all my fault. I killed them both. Mom, listen. Get a hold of yourself. Hearing the demon's lies, my mom grasped on reality, began to
俺
falter.
ならお前の娘をお前の元へ返してやる。
I can return her to you. That's a lie, or maybe, really? He doesn't mean he'll return me alive. If this keeps up, my mother would make a deal with Minami.
さあ、どうする？
So what will you do, Leah? Suddenly addressing me, I paused for a moment, taken aback.
お
Me?
前が代わりに契約すれば母親は助かる。
You make a deal in her place, and your mother will be
お
saved.
前がここへ母親の夢に入ることは想定していた。あの聖夜がそばにいるんだからね。
You coming here, entering your mother's dream like this? That certainly was surprising. After all, Seiya is with you, isn't he? I couldn't see Minami yet. I could almost feel his sneer on my skin. My choice had saved my mother's soul. She's not thinking clearly. If Minami offers her a contract now, realizing my words would not reach her, I feared she would accept his offer. Justice began to be filled with doubt.
神よ、この者を救いたまえ。
God save this soul. A soft prayer, like a burst of light pierced through the dark haze, echoed in my
神
head.
よ、この者を守りたまえ。
God protect this soul. Seiya.
あいつの力に俺は屈しない。諦めて俺と契約。
I won't yield to his power. Now give it up. Make a contract with me.
父と子と精霊の皆において、お前に命ずる。
Is it wrong I want to do Minami's route now? Well, it's the next route we're doing, so we're getting there. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of this demon. By the divine power of God, cast into hell this wicked spirit, Minami. I sensed Minami drawing a sharp breath. Clutching my trembling mother tightly, I watched the events unfold before
即
me.
刻この人間から、この場所から出ていけ。
Leave this human. Leave this place. Ooh, my skin tingled and the scene around us flickered
私
momentarily.
は神に選ばれし者。私はお前を払う神の使い。
Chosen to be the voice of God. Hear my voice,
私の
Minami.
声を聞け。
Be gone! The space twisted, and within the living room setting, a dark vortex began to form.
汚れた魂よ、今すぐ立ち去れ。
Be gone,
これは
demon.
神の命令だ。
Tainted soul, depart now.
即刻立ち去れ。
God rejects your demonic influence. Depart now and return to hell. Damn you, Seiya! He's got a voice now. Minami's anguish echoes could be heard throughout the room. Suddenly, the scenery exploded with light, and with it, the darkness was gone. Seiya's prayer drove Minami away. I relaxed my hold and took a step back from my mother. I gazed into her eyes. It's my turn now. Mom, listen to me. That was a demon. You mustn't listen to him. Everything he said was a lie. Mom's gaze was hollow, as if she was looking through me, seeing nothing at
お
all.
母様に問いかけなさい。あなたの気持
Dude,
ち
bro.
を。
Seiya, give her a second. Okay, I appreciate you, but give her just a second. Talk to your mother, share what's in your heart.
私は先に戻っています。あなたが目覚めるのを待っていますね。
I'll head back first. I'll be waiting for you when you wake up. Thank you, Seiya. I silently expressed my gratitude in my thoughts, then firmly held my mother's shoulders. Mom, please concentrate. I'll be coming home soon. Is that really the expression you want to greet me with? My mom's eyes flickered. Finally, she seemed to see me again. I was relieved to see that. I quickly began speaking to her again. The truth is, I might not be able to follow the path you've outlined for me. I want to live my life my own way, just like Dad did. I don't remember Dad well, but from your stories, it sounds like he was a remarkable person. He dedicated himself to his patients, and that's why, despite his exhaustion, he always seemed content. In the memories I had of my dad, he was always smiling. I never saw him get angry. I never saw him be upset. I want to be like that too. I want to have my own dreams, to live my own life, not just to be a lesser version of him. My mom's eyes began to waver and fill with tears.
だったわ。あの人はそういう人だった。
That's right, that's exactly the type of person he was. Tears steadily fell down her cheeks. As I wiped them away, she grasped my hand tightly.
私はあの人がなせなかった夢をあなたに託してしまっていた。
I was trying to give you dreams that he couldn't fulfill.
もっと多くの人を助けたかったというあの人の夢を
To help even more people.
あなたに代わりに。
I wanted you to do it for him, but her tears conveyed just how heavy the burden of her heart had been all these years.
ごめんなさい。
Moms make mistakes too. Yeah.
ごめんなさい。
Grief is hard.
私が間違ってい
And
たわ。
therapy ain't free. I'm sorry, Leah. I truly am. I was wrong. The mistake wasn't hers alone. It was my failure to understand my own path, my lack of motivation. That's how things got so complicated. I was wrong too. Let's start over.
ありがとう。
Thank you. I'll be home soon, I promise, so please get lots of food ready. I'm starving. In an attempt to lighten the mood, I said the last bit with a smile, and at last my mom smiled back.
わかった。ご飯を作って待っているから必ず帰ってきてね。
Atomic games are more affordable than therapy? That's true. So true. It's a problem, but it's true. I understand. I'll be waiting with plenty of food, so just make sure you hurry home. We smiled through our tears. We embraced each other tightly. After that, my mom entered her own dream, and I watched on until she was settled. Then I returned to my own dream, falling into a deep sleep. Feeling a gentle hand stroking my head, I opened my eyes. At first, everything was blurry. He's like a god. But then Seiya's face came into clear view. Seiya,
お母様と話はできましたか？
did you manage to talk with your mother? Yes, thanks to you. We had a really good conversation together. Seiya gave me a happy smile before kissing my forehead. I don't know that I've ever felt this happy waking up before.
それにしても安心しました。 丸一日ほど眠ったままだったので、目覚めないかと不安でいたのですよ。
I'm relieved to hear that. You've been sleeping for nearly a day now. I was starting to worry you might not wake up. A whole day? I slept that
他
long?
の人間の夢に入った反動でしょう。あの本の注意書きにそのような説明がありまし
It's a
たから。
side effect of entering someone else's dream. The book mentioned it could happen, but you didn't want me to read it to you. No wonder I feel unusually refreshed.
さあ、行きましょう。あなたの電車はすでにホームにあります。
Let's
これ以
go.
上ここの空気に触れ続けるのは危険です。
Your train's waiting at the platform. We shouldn't stay in this environment any longer. It's dangerous for you. How do you know it's my train? Just a minute. I sat up, needing to confirm something with him. Seiya, have you forgiven yourself for your sins yet?
あなたがうつしおへ帰り着いた時こそ、己を許せるでしょう。
I suppose I can forgive myself once you're safely back in the real world. Oh, right. That was our agreement. Then we need to get to Kisaragi Station quickly. Though I was still sad to part with him. The most important thing to me was that he was able to forgive himself. I need to hurry. Before getting off the sofa, I quickly fixed my hair.
髪が乱れていても、頬によだれが垂れていても、
You're
あなた
cute,
は可愛いですよ。
even with messy hair and drool on your cheek. Don't comment on that. Drool? I hastily wiped my mouth with my sleeve. I can't believe this, right before we say goodbye. Then Seiya, with a gentle touch, wiped my cheek with his
どの
finger.
ようなあなたも私は好きですよ。
I love you just as you are. This is disgustingly cute, and I hate it. But I want to look my best for our last moments together.
何をバカなことを。どのようなあなたでも私には完璧に可愛らしいのですよ。
Don't be silly. You are perfect and adorable in every way to me. Well, if you say so. Blushing, I responded and smiled, taking my hand and leading. And he's, oh my gosh, blushing, I responded, and he smiled, taking my hand and leading me forward. Will this be the last time I'll be comforted by Seiya's loving words? The path to the station was under tight security. Every few steps at H.O.'s office nodded at us. Hank, there's an after credit scene. We're not there yet. Plus, this is the good bad ending. The good bad ending doesn't usually have too much going on at the very, very, very end. Seiya had arranged for all this to ensure my safe return, unconcerned about the consequences for using such connections for personal matters. I was deeply touched by his dedication. There was a train at the platform. I could tell that it was waiting for me. I guess this is it. I rehearsed various goodbyes on the way here, but only one felt right. Seiya, I truly care about you. I will always love you, I'm sure of it. Seiya opened his mouth in response but hesitated. I'd never seen him struggle for
あ
words
なたの
before.
これからを思うのなら伝えずにいる方が良いのですが、
Considering what lies ahead for you in life, I should probably stay silent, but
私はあなたを深く愛してしまったので止めるのは不可能。
I've fallen deeply in love with you, and I'm afraid I can't simply stop myself now. I wasn't sure what he was about to say, but it was clear he had something important to say.
例えば整形することがあってあなたの顔が変わっても、年月が経ちシワだらけの顔になっても、
Leah, say if you had plastic surgery and your face changed, or if, as years passed, your face was filled with wrinkles.
あなたが私を死ぬほど求めてくれるのなら、私にとってあなたはいつまでも可愛らしく愛らしい素敵な方なのです。
If you still long for me until the end, to me, you'll always be an adorable, lovely, and wonderful person. Hearing that makes me incredibly happy. I didn't know if I'd ever find someone who loved me as much as Seiya did. Oh man, Romeo and Juliet situations here, man. There is a chance, right? Calm down. You're like a baby, and this is your first love. Relax. You got time. It was obvious just how much he cared for
気づい
me.
ていないようですからお伝えしますが、 今のはプロポーズのような意味合いが含まれています。
It seems you haven't realized, so let me clarify my words. They're kind of a marriage proposal, you could say. What, really?
返事を聞かせていただいても
May I have your answer? We've known each other for 5 days. Seiya drew his face closer to mine, his hand gently cradling my head. Though I felt shy saying it out loud, my heart already knew the answer. Once I die, I promise to reunite with you, Seiya, and then we'll never have to part.
あなたの人生を思えばその返答は喜ぶべきではないというのに
Perhaps this is selfish of me, considering you have
高揚す
your
る気
whole
持
life
ちを
ahead of
止め
you.
られない。
I can't help but feel overjoyed. What do you
こ
mean?
れよりあなたは私の妻となるのですから、この先
If
他
you're
の
my
男性と添い
wife,
遂げることはない。
That means you can't be with any other man in
で
life.
すから結婚せず独身で寂しい生涯を送ってください。
Leah, please promise me you'll lead a solitary life and never marry another. He certainly is direct.
あなたへ永遠の愛を誓います。
Leah, I pledge my everlasting love to you. Seiya's determination seemed boundless. Within it resigned yet amused smile I gave in. I too vow my eternal love to you, Seiya. That's not a great idea. I'm hearing this song my first time. This is cute. I like this one. Look, they're doing Eskimo kissies. We shared a parting kiss, far less intense than yesterday's, our lips barely gazing.
3度目のキスも付加価値がついてしまいましたね。
I don't know. Our third kiss has its own special significance, doesn't it? His gentle breath raised my lips, heightening the intimacy of the moment. I loved this warmth. Special significance
永
also.
遠の愛を誓うためのキスですから、どんなものよりも価値あるものでしょ。
Because it seals our pledge to love each other eternally, it holds more value than anything else, don't you agree? I suppose you're right. Suddenly, the warmth of his lips reminded me of our second kiss. Every kiss with you has significance to me, Seiya, because it's a kiss shared with someone I love.
テレ屋さんなあなたも好きですが、素直に私への愛を語るあなたも愛おしい。
Your shyness is endearing, but I love it when you show your love to me as well. Every word, look, and touch we shared meant the world to us. I knew our bond would never fade, not even in death.
寂しい人生をと言いましたが、あなたにそのような思いはさせません。生涯私を思い、心を温めてください。
I said you'd live a life of solitude, but I don't want to see you live a life like that. Instead, fill your days with love for me. I will. I'll look forward to the day we meet again, living each day with anticipation. There was no trace of loneliness in my heart, only anticipation for our reunion. With our future together in my heart, I would proceed with my life. Goodbye, Seiya.
さようなら。また会う日まで変わらず愛しています。
Goodbye, Leah. Until we meet again, know that my love for you will never change. Cute. Cute, cute. Is that a new song? Oh, wait, the wrong button. Whoopsie. Whoops. After that, I safely reached Narimigahama Station in the mortal realm. Weak from hunger, I staggered home where my mother was waiting to greet me. Just like in the dream, she smiled at me through streaming tears, simply saying, "Welcome home." I had been missing for 9 days, though I figured my time in hell had been much longer. My return caused quite a bit of commotion, but my mother and sister managed to handle it. When people asked me where I was, I didn't know how to answer, however, I ended up by telling my mom. Based on our interactions in the dream, she believed me and vowed never to let something like that happen. She even had an exorcism done at a nearby shrine. Eventually, the commotion settled and about 2 weeks passed. She's like, let's be safe. Let's go talk to the shrine man. What suits me best? I was happy to be able to choose my own path, but I was still troubled. Though I wasn't as anxious as before, I still hadn't found anything that clicked. Sitting in front of my laptop, I let out a deep sigh.
ここ数日、あなたを観察していたのですが、甘いものに関することで探してみてはいかがです？
I've been observing you these past few days. What about exploring something related to sweets? I froze, not even remembering to breathe. As I slowly turned around, there he was, exactly as I had imagined. Upon seeing Seiya's face, I tumbled from my desk chair.
愛する夫に対して随分な反応ですね。
Quite the reaction to seeing your beloved husband. What? Why? How? Is this some kind of dream?
現実ですよ。あなたと視線が交わせないことに耐えられず、こうして化けて出てきたのです。
This is reality. I was unable to bear not being able to see you, so I've come to you in this form. In this form.
冗談に決まっているでしょう。別れ際、あなたに霊力を与えておいたのですよ。
Swear he made that last kiss have a meaning again. Sorry, that was a joke. I left you with some of my spiritual power when we parted, yes? That final kiss at the train station? I felt something warm when we kissed, but I had no idea he did that.
私特有のものですから、他の幽霊は見えないので安心してください。
It's unique to me, so don't worry, you won't be able to see other ghosts. With this spiritual power, could I actually see other ghosts too? The thought sent shivers down my spine, but I'm relieved we can meet this way. You said my life would be solitary. I never expected you'd show up like this.
そのセリフの後、あなたに寂しい思いはさせないと
Didn't I tell
付け
you?
足したのを忘れた
I
のです
wouldn't
か？
let you feel lonely. I think you did mention something like that.
私のことで寂しく思い、涙するあなたを期待して待っていたのですが。
I expected you to be lonely, to be crying over me, waiting.
一体どういうことですか？全くその兆しがないばかりか、家族や友人と笑顔で楽しむ日々を送るとは。
And yet, no, nothing. You've just been spending your days happily with family and friends, huh?
あなたには妻としての自覚がないのですか？そのような態度ならもう離婚するしかありません。
Don't you feel a sense of duty as a wife? With such an attitude, we might as well consider divorce. Please, I believe in our promise to reunite after death. I believed in our promise to reunite after death, and so I was living like you told me to, waiting for when we could be together.
なるほど。あなたの考えは分かりましたが、
I love
口だけでは信用できません。
This is his yandere showing. I see, I understand your feelings, but words alone aren't enough to convince me. Then what should I
キ
do?
スで互いを確かめ合い、あなたの肌のぬくもりに溺れたい所存ですが。
A kiss to confirm our connection. I long to immerse myself in your warmth. As he spoke, Seiya reached out his hand, but his hand simply passed through me, never touching me. Is it because we're in the mortal realm? Is that why we can't touch? Instead of answering, Seiya heaved a deep, deep
そう
sigh.
いうわけなので、今後私に HO の仕事がないときは、あなたのそばにいる許可を。
Sad. That appears to be the case, so whenever I'm not too busy with work at the HO, I hope you'll allow me to stay by your side. What does he mean by that? If it means being together with you, then nothing would make me happier.
やっと心に落ち着きが戻りました。
At last, I feel at
では、
peace.
四六時中構っていただきますね。
Now expect your constant, undivided attention. Constant.
何ですか、その微妙な表情は。まさか面倒だと思っておいでですか？寂しさで私の魂が枯れ果ててもよいと。
What's that look of hesitation? Don't tell me you find that burdensome. burdensome. You wouldn't allow my soul to languish in solitude, would you? No, this might be difficult. For the first time, I recognize that Seiya might be a bit clingy. For the first time? He's too high maintenance for me. I knew he was passionate, but I hadn't expected it to be like this. Perhaps he couldn't express it under those circumstances in hell. Why are you pulling out your smartphone? What are you doing?
有給の申請を提出しているのです。これまで取っていなかったものがたまりにたまっていますので。
I'm submitting another leave request. I've racked up quite a lot since I haven't used any until now. How much time have you saved up exactly? I wouldn't mind going on a date or something. Oh, but that might be kind of hard seeing as he's a
そうです
ghost.
ね。ざっと見積もっても残り1000日ほどあります。
For the first time in forever. Let's see, this is just an estimate, but it seems as though I have about 1,000 days saved up. 1,000?
私は大監視という立場がありますので、一度に全ては取れませんから、一月ずつ消化していくことになるでしょう。
Well, I am the Grand Warder after all. I won't be able to take them all at once, probably only about 1 month at a time.
あなたが亡くなるまでを予測した上で、計算して取っていかねばなりませんね。では、早速相談しましょうか。
Okay, let's think about this. All right, where's my phone? Oh no, where's my phone? Oh, there it is. 1,000. All right, let's say there's 30 days. All right, 1,000 divided by 30. That would be 33 years. 1 month every year for 33 years he could do that. But he'd probably be earning more sick time, PTO as that goes. I would assume, right? So every summer they can spend a month together for 33 years at least, right? So, I don't know, that's not too bad. Or he could break this up to weeks, right? Or weekends. Like he could make this work out. I need to calculate and plan my leave based on how long we expect you to live. Should we start planning right away? That's a pretty grim topic.
何です？何か問題でも？
Is there a problem? Something bothering you? No, let's just start planning.
よろしい。あなたにはパソコンがありますから、書記をお願いいたします。
Great. You have a computer, so use that to take notes. Right. Though it all felt incredibly surreal, it was undoubtedly better than never being able to see each other again. He can be quite demanding, but I guess that's one of the things I adore about him. And it seems he didn't realize just how lonely I was without him, but if I expressed just how lonely I was, he might think me heartless for saying so. Perhaps it's best if I just keep it simple. Seiya, I'm so happy to see you, and I still love you just like before. Seiya looked a bit surprised and blushed.
私はあの時以上に愛しています。あなたへの思いは募るばかりですよ。
I love you more than ever, and I know my feelings will only grow stronger. With that, the two of us started this odd new chapter of our lives together. As his wife, I vowed to love and accept every part of him, even his clinginess. Dear God. I guess that works. Oh, that was godly. Mental husband. Mental.
あなたとの触れ合いはまだまだ先になりそうですが、見つめ合い、愛の言葉を受け止めていただけるだけで胸が高鳴ります。あなたを愛する夫として必ず幸せにします。生きている間も死後もね。
He's cute, he just doesn't do it for me, you know? Yeah,
心
he's...
から。
I like him, mostly. I don't know. There's a mix. It's good and bad. I don't know. He's not my favorite. He's definitely not my favorite. I don't think I put him in my favorites either, but It seems it'll be quite some time before I can touch you, but the fact that we can look at one another now and know that you can hear my voice makes my heart beat happily. As your beloved husband, I vow to make you happy so long as you're alive, and even after your death, I will love you from the bottom of my heart. He could have definitely been, I don't know, a little different. All right, let's get that other ending. Let's go to memes. Not memes, I lied. Episodes. Oops, I did something wrong. I did something so wrong. I'm so wrong. Okay, synopsis. There we go. We'll have to part soon. I spoke softly, and Seiya lowered his hand from the tree before offering me a tender smile. Even if we're in different worlds, we can still hold each other's dear in our thoughts. I'll continue to think of you forever, forever. I realize you might gradually forget me and someday find someone else, but for me it's different. I have trouble letting go. Indeed, that seemed to be the case for him, and I hope I do the same. That maybe after death we might meet again, then these feelings could truly last forever. Is that too much to hope for? Yes. Actually, yes. Alright. With my lingering questions answered, I stared directly back at Seiya. I think I am okay now. You addressed all my concerns. I spoke with certainty, yet I sensed a fleeting shadow pass over Seiya's face. Then it's time for me to transfer my spiritual power to you. Oh right, I got so caught up thinking about making the holy water, I completely forgot. How will you do it? Through a kiss. I'll transfer the power of my spirit to you through a kiss. Excuse me. Seiya let go of my hand and gently lifted my chin. You are serious. That wasn't a joke? Isn't there some other way? Does that upset you? That's not what I entirely opposed, but after all, I care for him deeply. The idea of kissing him wasn't something I was against, but like, I'm not against it. It's just, it feels strange kissing him like this. Despite feeling unsettled, I knew there was no point in voicing my concern. We had to do this. And besides, Seiya was willing to give up part of his soul for me. I'm sorry, it's nothing. Please, go ahead. Technically, this is to give you some of my power. Let me convey my feelings for you as well. Dun dun dun. Hearing his words made my heart skip a beat and his face drew near. Oh, see, this one, there's no tongue. I like this better. I don't need to see open mouths. Hear me out. As our cold lips met, a shiver ran through my heart. Was this sensation linked to the spiritual power he was giving me or something else? I love you, Seiya. Though I left the words unspoken, I tried to convey them in this kiss. I couldn't be sure if the words reached him, but yet I felt as though his emotions were being conveyed to me. The tongue was a lot. I'll keep this kiss forever in my heart. Though it was done under the pretense of him sharing his spiritual power with me, I knew it was filled with our affection for one another. As our lips parted, we looked deeply into each other's eyes. Your feelings reached me, and yours reached me, Seiya. Even without saying the word love, our hearts were perfectly aligned. Realizing our feelings were mutual only made the thought of parting harder, but we have other matters to think about right now. You gave me some of your power, right? Are you sure you're okay?
ご心配には及びません。言ったでしょ。与えるのはわずかだと。
I told you there's no reason to worry. Naya only gave you a little of my power. His reassuring smile eased my concern a bit. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
それよりも余韻に浸ってもよろしいですか？
More importantly, do you mind if we linger in this moment a bit longer? As he spoke, Seiya took my hand and held it
あな
firmly.
たとの2度目のキスが唇に残っていて頭から離れないのですよ。
The feeling of our second kiss still lingers on my lip. I can't shake this feeling it gave me. The memory of the kiss suddenly came back to me, making my heart race. Even though it was for transferring power, it felt so different. The warmth and joy of sharing those feelings together was incredibly comforting. For a moment, we let the sweetness of the kiss linger a little longer. And then we're back to stuff we've already seen before, right? Yeah. I think that was better. I like that kiss better. One, it was more consensual in a way. Hear me out. Open the door! Just open the door. It's fine. Nothing bad could happen if you open that door. What should I do? I was at a loss for words, unsure how to reconnect with her to bring her back to reality. Mom, swayed by the deceitful whispering of Minami, my mom believed I had fled home because I was stressed about my future. It's not your fault, Mom. The reason I haven't been able to come back is something entirely different. Despite my efforts to explain, my mom remained unresponsive. Then a familiar alarm sounded in the distance and Mom's silhouette started to fade. Is it time for my mom to wake up? With Mom in this state, it was likely Minami will visit her dreams again tomorrow, but I don't feel like I've grown any stronger. I don't feel like I did anything to help save her. I feel like I won't be able to return if I wake up now. I decided to stay in Mom's dream, voluntarily standing guard to ensure Minami wouldn't attack her again. Then, on the third day within the dream, I encountered someone I never expected to see. Toka? Seiya, what are you doing here? You're dead.
あなたが気になってお母様の夢に入ったのですが。
I was worried about you, so I entered your mother's dream. Confused by everything, I felt a wave of exhaustion rush over me. Then Seiya gently stroked my
人
head.
の夢に入ったものはその反動で1日ほど眠り続けるそうなのですが、あなたは今日も目覚めないままで。
Am I just gonna die here? People who venture into another's dream often sleep for a day from exhaustion, but you didn't wake up today either.
反動だと思い込み、あなたの状況をきちんと把握せず、
Thinking it was just a minor issue. Oh, this is interesting. Usually the choice where you pick all the right answers is a bad ending. Sort of. Like an offset bad ending. But this feels like an actual genuine bad ending. Hola! Hola. Thinking it was just a minor issue, I failed to fully understand your situation. Seiya's pained expression and his alarming tone filled me with unease. Overwhelmed with anxiety, I found myself unable to speak and could only gaze at him.
あなたの呼吸はもう間もなく停止するでしょう。
Your breathing will soon
電車も今
stop.
ホームに来ておりません。
I'm afraid your train hasn't arrived at the platform. I lingered here too long, so this is how I die. Inside, I felt not only shock, but also a strange sense of relief. My tired heart would finally find peace. Then I guess Minami won't be able to hurt my mom anymore. After all, he wanted a soul that was still alive, right, Seiya? I grabbed onto him, tilting his head as I did. Seiya looked at me, initially shocked, but then he sighed and nodded. If I was going to die soon, then when I woke up, I'd be gone. In that case, can I see my mom one last time? There's still something I want to tell her. I wanted to leave her with kind words to ease her pain.
問題ありません。あなたのお母様の意識は
Of course you can. Your mother is over there. He pointed and I noticed a space that seemed distorted, as if the background was cut out. I bowed to Seiya and began walking towards her. Mom stood dazed, alone in a room without me. Mom, she didn't turn around when I called. But when I took her hand, she just slumped down defeated. Listen, Mom, it's not your fault I'm gone. I repeated those words over and over again. Mom showed no reaction. It was hard, but I had to tell her I wouldn't be coming home. I've gone to be with Dad. At those words, Mom's body jolted, and she finally turned to face me. It's my fault. It's absolutely not your fault. I was taken by a stranger. I bent the truth, crafting a story to keep Mom from worrying. I fought hard to come back, but in the end I was killed, but I wanted to see you one last time. At last, Mom's gaze fixed on me. Her face was streaked with tears, but her eyes were lucid, no longer lost. That, at least, was a consolation. But I want you to know I didn't suffer. There was no pain or anything like that. I think Dad must have protected me. He did. Yeah, he did. I mean, you knew how he was. He'd never let anything happen to us. I want to join you both. You can't do that. Dad and I won't forgive you if you take your own life. We'll watch over you, both you and Tsubasa too, so you have to live for our sakes. The things we want more than anything is for both of you and Sis to be okay. To be happy. Don't forget that, okay? If both of you keep smiling, we'll be able to be at peace and watch over you. My mother cried for a while after that, not able to say anything. I understand, sobbing. I know this is a terrible ending. At her words, I smiled and gently hugged my mom. Even in the dream, I could smell her, and tears began to well up in my eyes. I can't let her see me cry. Tell me one thing, were you happy? No, I actually wasn't. This is literally why I'm here. I was so lost in turmoil. I mean, I was happy, Mom. I was happy. Yeah, Mom. I felt the strength in Mom's arms as she embraced me. Of course, I love being your daughter. My voice was laced with tears as I spoke, and I felt her hug me even tighter. I see. Thank you, Leah. Damn. And so I somehow managed to bring my mom back to herself, and I was able to see her smile one last time. Though the outcome wasn't what I had hoped for, I brought her back, and that was enough for me. When I awoke, I was enveloped in a multitude of caliph petals, so much they nearly suffocated me. Seiya apparently tried to keep me alive for as long as possible. My body was later buried in a large field at the HO. Seiya suggested returning my body to my family in the mortal realm, but I wanted to leave things as they were in the dream. I didn't want to cause my mother any more trauma than I already had. I don't think getting to bury your daughter is more trauma, but alright, as for me. Dressed in my new uniform, I stood upright. This was the beginning of my new journey as a departed soul.
本当によろしいのですか? 成仏して天上へ向かう道もあるのですよ。
Imagine there was a little sprite of her in the corner dressed in this outfit. That looks so cute and just like adorable. Are you sure about this? You know you could cross over if you wanted. No, I want to work with you at the HO, Seiya. I didn't realize it when I was alive, but I want to become someone who can help save people, just like my father was. I still felt guilty about leaving my mother. I knew that guilt could only fade if I become someone she could be proud of. By your side, Seiya, I'm sure I can become that person. After all, you're someone that I really respect. Even as I spoke these words with a smile, Seiya's face remained somber. Since I passed away, he had become withdrawn, speaking far less than he used to. I was always left wondering what I could say to him. If I could have returned to the living world, perhaps Seiya could have forgiven himself and then stalked me. But I can't let myself get down to. I definitely bring back Seiya's smile for that reason. There's one more goal I have. I want to be by your side, Seiya. To help you learn to forgive yourself. You really are something. Seiya sighed, and for the first time in a long time he smiled.
あなたとこういう形で共にあるのは私の望むところではありませんでした。
Being together with you like this wasn't exactly what I hoped for.
いつまでも鬱屈とした気持ちでいれば、あなたを愛した日々さえも枯れていってしまう。
But if I remain in this gloomy state, even the days I loved you will fade away into nothingness. He gently touched my cheek with his hand. His look was tender, making my heart skip a beat. Little by little, he'll get back to his old self. I kept my smile and held his hand firmly. Loved? Past tense, does that mean you don't love me now? Seiya widened his eyes and then, with a burst of laughter.
そうきましたか。これはうっかりしていました。
Did I say that? How foolish of me.
あなたへの思いはこの先も変わりません。
I don't know.
絶え間なく愛を注いでいきます。
Was that a Floridian slip? What was that? What do you mean loved? My feelings for you will never fade. I will continue to shower you with my love. I have doubts now. I hope so. I promise to shower you with my love too, Seiya. Though one life had ended, I was still able to lead the life I wanted. Side eyes, bombastic side eye. Like, I'm sorry. What? Whoops, did I say love? Did I say past tense? My bad. If I was by his side, I could overcome anything, even hell, with a smile. With the new goals in my heart, another life began for me under the eerie red moon. Interesting. Interesting? Interesting. Is it interesting? He only loved you because you were alive. Plot twist. Mortal Realm, 11 p.m. Upon finishing my work, I rode the elevator to the Mortal Realm and found myself in the familiar streets of Narimigahama. The sea breeze feels nice. I got used to hell, but there was something about the Mortal Realm's scenery that I still loved.
やはりこちらの方が時間の移り変わりを感じられていいですね。
Indeed, it's quite pleasant here. I like feeling the passage of time.
こうして夜空に浮かぶ星々を眺めていると、子供の頃を思い出します。私は青空よりも夜空を好んでいたなと。
Looking up at the stars in the night sky like this, it takes me back to my childhood. I always preferred the night sky to the blue sky of day. I never knew that. Do you still feel the same?
夜は静かな気持ちになれますので、今も好んでいます。ですが、今日ほど世界がきらめいて見える夜はない。
I do. The night brings a sense of calm, though I've never seen a night sky that shines quite like tonight's. With those words, Seiya stepped closer and embraced me. Sus. Ever the romantic, Seiya. Still, I love it when you talk that way.
私としては、ごくごく普通のことを言っているつもりなのですがね。
I merely feel as though I'm stating the obvious. We would occasionally visit the living world to enjoy quiet nights together. Though we spent most of our dates in hell and there were plenty of fun to be had there, walking through town with a jealous Seiya could be quite a challenge. If I did so much as talk to another man, it could quickly turn into an ordeal. He was ready to confront any man who talked to me, but that was just his nature, and so we got by. He's gonna pull a Zephora Annie. He's pulling the opposite of Zephora. He's not Zephora at all. He's way too there. He's so there. He's all like, I would never let a year go by without writing you my love. We were known as a couple in the HO. We were inseparable both at home and at work.
そうだ。休暇の申請が提出されていませんでしたよ。地獄の西の方へ旅行するのでしょ?
You still haven't submitted your request for leave yet. You still want to take a tour of the West Hell, don't you? Ah, I've been so busy I totally forgot. I'll submit it as soon as we get back. I can't believe I forgot. The trip was my idea. As a new hire, I didn't have any paid vacation, but I was given special permission. Seiya had so many vacation days stored up, the higher-ups told him to use it up.
しっかりしてください。あなたと行く初めての旅行が仕事で潰れるなど言語道断ですよ。
You've got to be more careful. To think that our first trip could be ruined by work is unthinkable. I'm sorry.
もしやあまり楽しみにされていないのですか？
Don't tell me you're not looking forward to it.
私はあなたと温泉に浸かりながらゆっくりと互いに触れ合う時を心待ちにしているというのに。
Is the black an indication of his rank or something? I've been thinking about it nonstop. We'll enjoy a hot spring together, enjoy each other's company. I was looking forward to it too, but in a hot spring together, don't you think it's a little early for that?
そうして頬を染める姿を早く温泉で見たいものです。
I can't wait to see you blush like that in a hot spring. Seems like sharing a hot spring is a fundamental part of this trip. Seiya seemed to be as passionate as when I was alive. Actually, perhaps even more so. Honestly, I think that passion is going to take some time to get used
星
to.
に願いをしたら帰りましょうか。
Shall we make a wish on a star before we head back? That sounds nice. Starlight, star bright. Hear the wish I wish tonight. It's way too soon for me to share a hot spring with Seiya. Please don't let that happen.
特別な願いはなく、いつまでも変わらず、ただ彼女のそばに。
I don't really have a specific wish, just to be by Leah's side forever. Though I couldn't express my wish, Seiya boldly declared his, almost like a vow to the stars. Stars, I'd like to change my wish. Make Seiya's dream come true. Seiya chuckled and I couldn't help but smile back. In the bizarre, shadowy world of hell, finding and falling for Seiya has changed everything for me. There were hard times and sad times, but I was undoubtedly happy. And I knew that wouldn't change either. With Seiya by my side, our joy would only grow.
さて、地獄へ帰ったら、あなたの大好きなパフェを食べに行きましょうか。
So once we're back in hell, how about we have our favorite parfait? Maybe even a supersized one today? That sounds great. I'm definitely up for a supersized one today. And so we return to hell, home sweet home. Classic returning to hell. Oh gosh. Lover's new life. See if we got them all.
あなたがそばにいると仕事がはかどりません。まあ、常にそばにいられるのは幸せなことなのですがね。私の罪も、あなたの抱えるものも、すべてが解消されたら、私と家族になってくれませんか？
I can't focus on where.
返事は
Oh my gosh.
まだ取っておいてください。
I can't focus
あ
on.
なたが私を伴侶として選んでくださるよう全力で愛します。
Oh my god. I can't focus on work knowing you are by my side, although it is very happy kind of distraction. Could we become family once we resolve our sins and your heart is free from its lingering regrets? You don't have to answer me just yet. I will love you with all that I have, so I know you will choose me as your husband. Man really talks. Yeah, he's got a lot to say. So much. Goodness gracious. All right, let's see if we got all his pictures. Seiya. 8 out of 8. We did it. All right, cool. Nice, nice. That was pretty decent story. I don't know how I feel. I still don't know how I feel, actually. I'm a little torn. Yeah, that was still my least favorite CG. That one's still cute. That one's fine. I don't know. I felt like that story... Maybe the date should have happened before the mom thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of weird to be like, oh, actually, your mom's gonna get haunted by Minami. Let's go on a date. What? Seemed a little bit more pressing. But hey, we finished another route. Congratulations, you finished Seiya's route before the weekend. I did. I'll probably do Manami's on Tuesday. I'll double check what my schedule looks like. I'm gonna play Verch tomorrow morning. I think. We'll double check. I'll double check. I know I posted a schedule. I didn't think I'd be this far into 9 R.I.P. Like, I thought I'd still be getting through the prologue, I think, today. So I think I had 9 R.I.P. originally on it. I got Tuesday off. Excellent. My goal is to finish Manami's on Tuesday. It'll be a morning stream before we go to Samurai Comics for the comic book announcements. So, ha 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 ha. Let's see if there's anybody to raid before I say goodbye. I'm on the wrong window. Plot twist. But oh my gosh, we did it. We finished a whole route. Dude, I'm excited. We're so close to the end of this. I'm so excited. Oh! Dramazan is playing. Let's raid her. She's playing the Coglery Effect, which I own. I just haven't played it. Tell her hi for me, because I don't know if my entire thing just froze trying to click on it. Have a great night. All right, well, if you're watching this on YouTube, remember, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. You can check me out over there. We are now adding some new things on YouTube, so I'll have some announcement videos explaining all this fun stuff that we're doing there soon. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Delightful. Thank you, Jay. I'm trying to remember who all popped up into chat today. Thank you, Anne, for keeping me hydrated. I appreciate that. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and I will see you guys in the next one.